And this whole scenario with him only gets even more ridiculous. For like, he is so fucking stupid, it is shocking.
So why did you decide to just pull off in a neighborhood to sleep? I'm so confused.
Because I drove 40 miles here, and I literally came like an hour ago, and I was like shot, and so I just needed to knock out.
So you just pull off into a random neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, it was right off of the street, whatever it is. I really didn't know where to go. And I'm sorry if like they called the cops or something, because they probably thought I was, I don't know, doing something weird here. But I swear, like, I'm not doing anything crazy out of left field or anything.
You mind if we search the car?
No, please, go for it.
He might actually be the worst liar ever. Playing Among Us with this guy must have been just the freest dubs of all time. He cannot spin a coherent story even slightly, and everything he says gets proven wrong within 10 minutes. It's the quickest speed run I've seen for someone's lies getting debunked in a body cam.
The reason why I ask is because there was somebody who set a car on fire.
Who set a car on fire?
Yes.
Like, what do you mean? Like, how do you set a car on fire?
They set the car on fire.
Like they lit the gas tank? Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Oh, jeez. Wow. Jiminy Christmas. What do you mean they set a car on fire? How do you even do that? Is that even possible? Can cars even be on fire? Like, what did he do? Like, is that the gas on fire? The gas tank? Oh, goodness gracious. Ooh, wow, that's not good. Like, what, you telling me, like, maybe put, like, a box on the hood with a bucket on top and a fuse and then lit that on fire, which burned the whole car down? The car happened to belong to a Twitch streamer or something? Like something like that? That's crazy shit. Whew. Some people, am I right, officer? We gotta be careful. There's psychos out there. Fist bump. Like, this is not even a human way of reacting to something. He is an actual NPC. He's trying so hard to be, like, surprised by it that it gets into, like, fucking Neil Breen level acting. Like, this right here is something you'd see from Tommy Wiseau's The Room. Oh, geez. How's your sex life? It's so odd, and I feel like the officer immediately knew right then and there, like, yeah, this is the guy. who would possibly respond to this information like that?
I came because I landed at CVG, and I drove, it's like 40 miles, and I was already shot from the freaking flight.
So where does your friend live?
Somewhere like down there, but he works up here. But no, like something like that. I honestly just made the first right off that road, made the first right because I was like, yo, I need a place to just knock out for 30 minutes, and it ended up being a few hours. But yeah, I wasn't trying to hurt anybody here.
This officer has now sent a picture from the surveillance footage that shows the suspect, so he can compare it to this man they're investigating.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy's good. Yeah, my friend, he's like down over there. I was up over here and then got all scrambled around, and then I just got a little sleepy, so I pulled on over into this neighborhood to take a little 30-minute nap, turned into a few hours. Oh, also, this guy, Goofball, he openly just said multiple times the officers can search his car if they'd like, so obviously they were going to, and they found some pretty incriminating stuff. And then the officers get sent a picture from the surveillance camera, and now they have a picture of the guy in the act of the crime, and they have the guy right there, so now they can look at that picture and look at the guy and see if they match up. And guess what? They match up pretty well.
It's about the same outfit. I want to see if there's a mask in here.
Here's your COVID mask.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got a lighter in here. He's got a torch lighter.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a torch lighter and a blue COVID mask in the center console. There's no luggage. There's no backpack.
It's not the hardest game of Where's Waldo when you have the picture of the guy committing the crime and a guy that looks exactly like it standing in front of you. He's wearing the exact same outfit. And in the car, after getting permission from the guy to search the car, they find a COVID mask as well, which also fits the disguise that the criminal was wearing. The only thing they don't find is a hat. But it's not like the hat is a fucking mask from Mission Impossible where it fully hides his identity. It's not exactly, concealing who he is. You know, it'd be like me putting these glasses on and people going like, where the fuck did Charlie go? He just vanished. Who is that? Who's sitting in his seat right now? You know, like the hat isn't enough for officers to be like, yeah, it can't be the same guy. He's not wearing a hat. Must be someone else. He must have gone the other way. We got the wrong guy here. But they do still do their due diligence in finding the hat in order to 100% put this in the books that they know they have the right guy.
He's got a beard, he's got the same clothing, he's got the reflective shoes, everything.
Situation down the street where you lit something that caught on fire. I'm gonna point blank ask you.
I like that.
No? No. Okay. I understand that you're over here visiting friends, but you parked over here for a reason. Is there anything else you want to tell me?
It's not me.
That's not you?
No.
Sure looks like you and everything you're wearing.
It's not me.
That's not you, huh? Look a little closely.
His poker face is too strong. Even when confronted with the overwhelming evidence, they even show him a picture of himself. He goes, nope, that's not me. It's actually that scene from SpongeBob with Man Ray and Patrick when it came to Man Ray giving Patrick's wallet back.
While searching the area around the suspect's car, officers found multiple plastic bags with a hat, multiple sets of latex gloves, and another mask within them, not even 10 feet away from the vehicle, underneath a pine tree.
Got his gloves and everything. Yep.
Holy shit, how did they even find that? It was so well hidden. It was like finding the one piece. Farhan did an extraordinary job of burying the evidence by putting it 10 feet away from his car next to a tree. You could have probably seen that by accident just by looking at his car. It was that close to it in plain sight. So they found the hat and everything else that was used in the crime. And so they take it to Farhan saying like, hey man, we found the bag that you tried to hide. Do you want to just confess to it now, or do we have to keep playing this game? Are we still going to go through this song and dance?
Can you explain why no more than 10 feet from your car is a hat that matches the exact picture from the suspect in the video?
I can't, but
Are your fingerprints going to be on that bag?
maybe, I don't know.
Is your DNA going to be in that hat?
It shouldn't.
Okay, so there's no way your DNA can be in that hat. So when we test it, we're not going to find your DNA in there.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't, no.
Okay. I guess I'm a little confused. This is a pretty random, off the beaten path
I
area.
did see people walking around.
Okay, this is a very random area to be.
Just when you thought the chess master was caught in between a rock and a hard place in a checkmate position, he flips the board around on you. You see, he just cooked up a really smart story here. Just so you know, I did see people walking around here. That's good. We never even stopped to think that he could be being framed by people that happen to be walking around this neighborhood at 3 a.m. That is food for thought. We might need to play with that narrative here, that storyline. Actually, I do kind of want to toy with that a little bit. I want to slap the cheeks around on it. Let's experiment here. So you mean to tell me that the criminal in the video that you have seen, that's not you. There just happens to be another person of the exact same build, wearing the exact same clothing that you're wearing, with the exact same beard, with the exact same hair. The only difference is they had their COVID mask on instead of in the center console, and they had a hat. And the real criminal, your doppelganger, was also happening to be walking around at 3 a.m. in the same neighborhood that you decided to randomly park in to take a nap while visiting your imaginary friend. That's the story you're trying to sell me on right here.
Now look, when I was asleep, somebody might have come, thrown a bag there. I don't know.
We'll be back with you in a bit, okay?
I got pretty much everything over here that says you got gloves and a mask. In the other bag, you have gloves, a receipt, a mask, something else, and a hat. So this is everything he was wearing.
So they've got pretty much everything here, and yet there is still more that they gather to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's this guy. They not only have everything he was wearing and everything he used, despite him saying that his DNA shouldn't be on there, which, by the way, isn't even him saying it won't be, because he's still leaving the door open for the possibility that it might be. Like, what the fuck? How could it be there if it's not yours? Like, what happens? Your doppelganger came through, broke into your car while you were sleeping and took some of your hair or grabbed some of your spit while you were asleep and rubbed it all over the material, so that's how your DNA can show up there even though it's not yours? Like, what the fuck? He's not even saying that it won't be, he's saying that it shouldn't be. But I'm already getting off on another tangent for this fucking awful fanfic that he's weaving. But not only do they have all of the material that he was using, they then also have other surveillance camera footage from other houses that confirm he didn't get there at midnight like he claims.
People who live in this area also have surveillance footage that caught the specific times that the suspect parked on the street. Officers discuss these specific times and relate them to the suspect's claim of being parked there since midnight.
2:21 is when it got lit. 2:27 is when they're saying they saw the video of him coming in here. So him being here since midnight is not correct.
So you said you came out here around 12, around midnight? They got video of you pulling in here around 2:25. You've been lying to us from the start, man. So we're taking you back to the PD.
I know the evidence is overwhelming, but I'm not the guy that did this. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just not the guy who gets my hands dirty, you know? Like, it's just not me.
A convincing argument from Ferran here, but the evidence was too much. Every single piece of his story was proven wrong, all in the time span of like 20 minutes maybe. They not only got the accurate time for when he really did pull up, which was minutes after setting the car ablaze, but they also found all of the pieces of clothing and items used in the crime as well, and a picture of him at the crime. So, I think they've got the right guy, I'm pretty confident to say, and he was sentenced to 46 months in prison for this crime. So yeah, just wanted to give you a follow-up to all of it. That's about it. See ya.
This is Amazon's new money-making app. Let me show you how it works. That app is called Audible. It's created by Amazon and it is exploding in popularity right now. People are spending hundreds of millions of dollars per month on Audible. And what other people don't know is that you can be on the receiving end of all that money and actually get paid by Audible every month. And because Audible is a subscription service where people don't stop paying, you don't stop getting paid. I showed my mom how to do this in her spare time, and now she has a new income stream with Audible paying her every month. And the way we do it is really simple. It's with something called Audible Uploads that can generate ongoing income for a long time. And this isn't like any other business you've seen before. There are no products to buy or sell, no large startup costs, and definitely no techie software that you have to learn. It's so simple, I could break this whole Audible app method into 3 short steps. And to make it easy for you, my husband, Christian, who discovered the system, created a free training that you can watch when you tap below that breaks down these 3 simple steps in detail. This training video reveals everything about how it works, why it's working so well right now, and how you can do it too. And here's what people are saying about it.
I do this on a part-time basis, about 5 to 10 hours a week. I earn about $40,000 a year. There's no other job that pays with that little time.
Just this past month, I reached $8,000 in revenue, and I'm on track to reach $10,000 in revenue this month.
Publishing was totally new to me, but it was so different that I knew I wanted to give it a try, and I'm glad I did. Going to sleep and then waking up and then seeing that my books were making money while I slept. That's the coolest thing to me.
So to learn more and see what this new Audible method is all about, hit the button below and you'll get our free training on how you can get started with Audible. And look, the real reason this works so well right now is because people don't know about this. They don't know what you're about to see in this training is even possible. There's all this money being pumped into Audible every day, and what we figured out is how to get a piece of it. Now, I can't promise this opportunity will last forever because people will eventually find out about Audible the same way they find out about anything that's good. And that's why it's super important you tap on this video right now and learn about this as quickly as you can before other people catch on. So don't waste any more time. Hit the link, go through the free training, and see this new Audible method in action that is helping so many people. Hit the link, and I'll see you in the training.
Unskippable ad.
Merry Christmas! Tomorrow's the big day. I heard Santa Claus got a BBL this year, so I hope you've got the XL chimney so he can squeeze those playful butt cheeks down there and deliver his special presents for you that you've been asking for. And I even heard from a reliable little helper of his that if you leave goof juice out instead of milk and cookies, old St. Nicholas will be extra happy and might leave you bonus presents. And what if I told you that jolly old son of a bitch done paid me a visit a little early before Christmas with a gift that just can't help but put a smile on my face? A douchebag prankster just got arrested and is facing a Class 6 felony. This is the gift we've all been asking for. 'Tis the season, and they always say it's better to give than to receive. And this one brain-dead idiot fucking turbo moron prankster decided to give random people in a Walmart grocery aisle poison. Yes, spraying food with bug spray. This guy is good. He's got talent. Now, I'm sure I don't need to educate you that bug spray isn't a safe thing to be consuming. It's literally poison. You could get very ill if you had consumed any of the food that he had sprayed with this. I don't know how someone gets this stupid. I actually don't know how that's possible. You could be chewing on raw plutonium, and I don't think it could rot your brain as much as clout does. Like, this guy, his whole Instagram page is nothing but, like, committing crimes for some internet updos. I'll go over some of his other recent stinkers here in just a moment, but I have to focus on this for a little bit here because this is unbelievable. It seems like he got inspiration from the Tylenol murderer. You remember the Tylenol murders? Well, I'm guessing this degenerate must have viewed that guy as a prankster. I'm sure all of you know the Tylenol murders, but just in case, I'll drop a quick lore recap on it. Many moons ago, there was a villain who swapped out Tylenol capsules for cyanide and then put the bottles back on the shelf. Buyers bought them, obviously not knowing they'd been tampered with, took them, and some people died from it. This is that same DNA. He is actually just poisoning strangers. He is tampering with their food with literal poison, and that's the content. Now, real quick, let's just set everything else aside here. Just throw it all into the shitter for a moment. Who watches these videos? Who is the audience? There is nothing to even be entertained by. Let's say he wasn't using poison. Let's say he walked up to the food and he sprayed it with cologne, or he sprayed it with fart spray, so it smells all yucky like ass. Well, there's still no video there. Like, what is there to even, like, kick your feet up at? He walks up, he sprays a little bit on it, he just spritzes it, and then he walks away. That's the whole video. What do you even get entertained by? Like, who watches it? I don't know. Like, how lobotomized could you possibly be? It is just the most boring turd burger garbage ever. Nothing is even happening in the video. Like, do you also throw your hands up when you're riding the escalator from the thrill of movement? Like, just watch some fucking jingling keys at that point. Holy Lord, it makes no sense. So even if he wasn't using poison, if he was just using anything else, it would still just be a trash video and a terrible prank. I don't understand who even watches this. Like, I can almost wrap my noodle around kids being entertained by douchebags harassing people in public because they look at that and be like, whoa, he's bad. He's being so naughty, holy shit. But this and this guy's whole page, which has hundreds of thousands of followers, is just another level of incomprehensible, embarrassing hoopla. Like, it's painful. If you tried to train AI on this guy's pranks, the AI would probably kill itself because it wouldn't want to subject itself to more torture and being trained on these kind of pranks. Anyway, though, Goofball's being charged with 3 different crimes, a Class 6 felony, introducing poison, and 2 misdemeanors, criminal damage and endangerment. From what I understand, he could face between 5 to 20 years from what I've read for this. I am hoping they don't play softball here. Like, there needs to be some kind of precedent set that you can't just fucking poison people for a prank. Like, come on. So what happened is he filmed himself grabbing a can of bug killer, which was Hot Shot Ultra Bed Bug and Flea Killer, and he sprayed it on fruit, vegetables, and cooked chicken. He didn't pay for the chemical spray or the contaminated food, and then he left. Apparently he had posted the video and was shocked by the reaction that people had to it. They weren't too pleased with what he'd done. According to police, once he left, he began to see comments online saying how horrible the act was, and he decided to return and collect the items. What a saint. Now, before the charges were filed, apparently the fresh food was thrown away right after, and no one was poisoned, which is actually a miracle, because there was quite a bit of time that passed between him spraying the shit with poison and leaving the store. The defendant returned about 10 minutes after he sprayed the items and attempted to collect the items he had sprayed, placed them in a shopping cart, and wheeled them back to the rear of the store to try and prevent people from taking the contaminated items. Mind you, he would not have gone back in if people didn't tell him to. If people weren't telling him that he might potentially kill somebody with this, he would have never gone back in, and people would have taken those items none the wiser and probably gotten very, very sick because, well, surprise, ingesting poison's not that good for you. And 10 minutes is a good bit of time to have passed with those contaminated items on the shelves. I can ejaculate like 3 or 4 times in 10 minutes. It's reasonable to assume that within that time frame, someone might have come in and taken one of those items and gotten super sick from it. This guy has a fucking chug jug of idiot potion at his house, and he is drinking that every single evening. How can you be so dumb that you didn't recognize that spraying poison on food can hurt people? And how could you have possibly thought even your dumbest members of your audience would think that that was a good prank? So yeah, this isn't like a small whoopsie-daisy type thing. This is something that he really needs to face real repercussions for. There needs to be an example made out of someone that does shit like this. At some point, like, we have to come together and say enough is enough. Now, TikTokers and Instagram losers are poisoning people for content. Like, there's gotta be a point where you're like, okay, we're not going to play softball. You're going to get the 5 to 10 years. Because that's what he's facing from what I've read. It's like a 5 to 10 year potential sentence. And he should absolutely get it. He should not be able to get off easy for this. Before showing you some more of his dog shit, I'd like to show you something that's probably going to make you even more furious at this guy. He admitted that he can earn between $6,000 to $10,000 a month for doing acts like these and posting them on social media. He is making substantially more money than most people working right now. Just from going out there attempting to poison strangers or harassing workers or just harassing people going about their day-to-day life.
Watch your footing. So power's out of the city. Look at this place.
I only learned about this douchebag from him being arrested, but even still, I actually gave him the benefit of the doubt on a few of these that they might be fake, but they're not. In this case, I thought what might have happened here is he filmed this random stranger putting his laundry in the washing machine, and then when he put the bacon and eggs into the clothes during the cycle, he actually didn't put it into that guy, the stranger's clothes. He put it into like his own clothes at one of a different washing machine, which would still ruin the washing machine too. Like, that still would be destructive, but wouldn't be nearly as bad as just ruining this man's night, ruining his clothes at the laundry. But what an imbecile I was for thinking that this guy might not be a gigantic asshole all of the time. His whole purpose is just making strangers' lives miserable for his content. He actually did just completely fuck this guy in the face, ruining his laundry. And you can confirm this because the guy comes in and puts his clothes in washing machine number 19, engages the cycle, and walks away. Then this douchebag comes over with the bacon and eggs, throws it into washing machine number 19, and re-engages the cycle. And you can see it right at the end that, yep, it's number 19 that he came in and just completely ruined. This is one of his shorter ones where he nearly performs a halo assassination here on this worker that's cleaning off a bench. So he jumps on him from the top turnbuckle here while he is cleaning and could have easily have broken this guy's arm. He was cleaning the table and then jumps on the area where he is still actively cleaning. If he had stretched his hand out even an inch further, he would have had his hand broken, finger broken, or arm broken.
Thermal engine fuel primed and standing by for your command accepted. Commencing 5-second countdown. 5. 4. 3.
You're doing a good job.
1. Engine firing.
This is his bread and butter content. This is his favorite thing in the world. He loves fucking with fast food workers. He doesn't even treat them like human beings. He treats them as less than NPCs. the way he treats fast food workers is worse than how people treat civilians in Skyrim. This guy has so many videos jumping the counter, harassing the workers. He is at his happiest when fast food workers are at their most miserable because of him. Oh, it's his favorite thing in the world. He loves it. In fact, he needs it, really. Like a plant needs the sun. He photosynthesizes fast food workers' agony into his dopamine. He has so many videos being a complete insufferable asshole to fast food workers.
Tacos at the egg roll. Hey.
A bathroom?
Bathroom 7287.
What
can I get for you? On a burrito? I got you.
This guy super sucks. You get the idea. I don't need to keep showing you a montage of his degeneracy. I'm just hoping, with fingers crossed, he gets the book thrown at him, because he should. His most recent prank would literally have injured a lot of people in a big way. I don't know if it would have necessarily killed them, depending on the amount he sprayed, I guess, but it would have been very detrimental to the health of people that consumed his poisoned products that he made for his Instagram content. It's so trash, and he deserves to go to jail for a long time because of it. Also, this loser apparently describes himself as a supervillain, so he's really proud of what he does. Could there be anything more corny than to call yourself a supervillain? What a loser! What an absolute fucking dweeb! So yeah, I really wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya.
What's up guys, JV2017 here, and this marks the final video in my companion guide series with X688, the Institute Courser companion in Fallout 4. In this video, we'll discuss how to get X688, what his special stats look like, how to max out his affinity, and the effectiveness of his companion perk. We're going to start with some background info on X6, but I do want to give a fair warning. There will be unfiltered major spoilers throughout this video. So if you just picked up the game, you're watching this in the future, I advise that you do not watch this video until you've completed the main quest if you want to avoid spoilers. Onto his background. X6 is an Institute Courser that the sole survivor works with in several Institute-related missions. X6 is first seen during the Kellogg memory mission, the main quest mission, when he gave Kellogg a mission in that, memory, and also when he takes the synth version of Sean to the Institute in Kellogg's hideout. Beyond that, we don't know much about X6, but through our interactions with him, we can tell he's a very capable and loyal courser for the Institute, and the fact that he is a courser and an available companion makes him very, very powerful, since Institute coursers are just very powerful in the lore of Fallout in this Commonwealth universe. X6 can first be found during the synth retention mission, and I'm not showing you guys a location on the map. That's something I usually do, but this mission is something that you will get when you first meet the Institute. When you first go up into the Institute and talk to Father, this is when you will first be introduced to this mission called synth retention, and then it'll of course just mark it on your map where you need to meet X6, and it's on, I believe it's Nahant Wharf. It's very close to Libertalia where you'll have to do the first mission, but essentially there are a few requirements for getting X6 as your companion, and they involve Institute missions. First off, you have to complete synth retention, which is something you're going to see throughout this video in the background. Next, you'll need to complete the Battle of Bunker Hill, and the nature of that mission makes you kind of betray other factions. So this is really kind of going towards a point of no return, which definitely exists with the Institute. You can do certain things to really piss off other factions, so you need to make sure, you're ready with this decision before you do it. And then finally, you need to complete Mankind Redefined, which is really a mission you don't do anything in. You're just listening and talking to Father. It really just progresses the Institute story. I went back to my Xbox One to complete and record this video, and it was a very different experience because I've been playing on PC for months now, but it was the closest save, and I was on a level 25 on survival mode, and this Altogether, it took me about an hour and a half to 2 hours to complete those 2 missions and get to the point where I could actually have X6 as your companion. Just want to give you guys kind of a time frame on how long you should expect this to take you. Once you've completed Mankind Redefined, head to the synth retention portion of the Institute, and X6 will be there. All you have to do is talk to him, say, let's go, and he is your companion.
Hard to wrap my head around what I feel about now. Something more.
Just wanted to check in, see how you feel things are going between us. Your thoughts?
I cannot wait to meet more of this brotherhood.
That's all for now. Sure.
Companion. Before we move on, I want to make it extremely clear that by completing Mankind Redefined, I failed Tradecraft, which was a railroad mission. I didn't have a Brotherhood mission or any other faction mission, but I failed that mission. And that means that this is a point of no return, which means if you want X688 as your companion, you have to choose the Institute as your faction. That's a very substantial decision for any given playthrough, and I hope I can help you guys figure out if this is worth it for you by the end of the video. X6's companion special stats are 16, 20, 18, 8, 10, 18, and 8 for a total of 98 special points. This is far and away the most out of any companion out of all 13 companions in the game. Unfortunately, if you've been watching this companion guide series here on my channel, I don't believe that this affects really anything. It's really just something interesting to know. Just the fact that, you know, X6 is an Institute courser. He's got incredible special stats, but, you know, the fact that he has a ton of strength, a ton of, you know, intelligence, perception, it really doesn't affect anything. Even endurance doesn't affect health. Moving on, just like every other companion, X6 has an affinity, and he reacts to player actions, choices, and dialogue throughout the Commonwealth when he is your companion. And imagine a bar, an invisible...
I didn't do it alone. Halen, Reese, it's time to welcome our newest recruit to the Brotherhood. He shows a lot of promise, and with the proper guidance, I think he has the potential of becoming one of the best.
Thanks. I promise not to let you down.
You don't have to prove anything else to me. Getting that transmitter was enough.
So you decided to stay, huh? I expected you to take your payment and run.
I got tired of wandering alone.
Too bad. I was getting used to the thought of you leaving.
Reese, that's enough. Like it or not, you're going to have to learn to work together. And you need to understand what it means to be a part of the Brotherhood. We're not soldiers of fortune. We're an army. And we've dedicated our lives to uphold a strict code of ethics. If you intend to stay within our ranks, you need to obey our tenets without question.
Don't worry. I've spent time in the military.
Perfect. Then there's no need to give you a long lecture. So I'll get right to the point. I only ask for 2 things from anyone under my command: honesty and respect. You fall in line, you stay in line. I give you an order, and you follow it. It's as simple as that. There's one last order of business I wanted to get out of the way. I'm going to recommend you to be awarded the rank of Knight. Now, nothing's official until you speak to Elder Maxson, but I wanted you to be the first to know.
Thank you.
Thanks aren't necessary. Just continue excelling at your duties, soldier.
Ad Victoriam, Knight.
He doesn't even know what that means, Halen.
Ad Victoriam means to victory. In our eyes, defeat is unacceptable, because we're fighting for the future of mankind. Our rallying cry is more powerful than any weapon you could ever carry. Remember that. Now, I've received orders that we're both to report to the Prydwen. However, if you want to run a few ops for Scribe Halen or Knight Reese first, they could certainly use your assistance. I'll leave the choice up to you. Let me know when you're ready to mount up.
All right, out with it. What's your game?
I hope I haven't offended you again.
Offended? Hardly. I'm just trying to figure you out. You're not the military type. You're a loner. So I can't figure out why you're sticking around. You got what you wanted, so why don't you hit the road?
I want to help the Brotherhood destroy the Institute.
Well, As far as reasons go, that's a pretty good one. Look, I'm gonna cut you some slack because Dance trusts you. But if you step out of line and put any of my brothers or sisters in danger, I'll make sure you regret it. So, ready for your assignment, hero?
Ready.
Then listen up. Like it or not, one of our most important duties is to keep the Commonwealth clear of the trash. I'm talking about mutants, ghouls, synths. The abominations the damn eggheads caused when they started playing with their toys. This op is simple. I'm gonna send you to a target, and you're gonna terminate everything that calls it home. All the details you need are right here. Don't come back until the job's done.
Halen?
Reese still giving you the cold shoulder?
I wish we could see eye to eye.
Reese only sees one thing. Reese bleeds brotherhood. It's all he cares about. It's his family. It's his whole life. If anything else comes into the picture and gets in the way, he shoves it aside.
Is there something between the two of you?
When I first joined up, Reese is the one who sponsored me. He took me under his wing, showed me the ropes. I thought there was a little more between us, so I asked him if he cared about me that way. He told me the Brotherhood of Steel was all that he cared about, and there was no room for anything else in his life. We never spoke about it again. Look, I need to get back to things. If you're worried about Reese, just keep doing what you're doing. He'll come around soon enough. So, are you ready to take on your first assignment?
Ready.
Great. Let me explain what I need you to do. One of the Brotherhood's most important duties is the recovery and preservation of technology that was lost when the bombs fell. I have a list of locations that contain artifacts we need you to recover in order to have them cataloged and studied by our scribes. Here, this should cover all the information you'll need to find your first artifact. Good luck, and be careful.
Don't you have some trash to hunt down?
Bar out of 1,000, certain choices you make in the game will make that bar go up or down depending on, how X6 has, certain preferences for something you're doing. And so once you max out that bar to 1,000, you will get his companion affinity perk, which is something we'll talk about a little bit later. And unfortunately, you cannot romance X6. No synth romances for you, unless you go after Curie, but that's a different story. X6 has a set of general affinity preferences that you can use to predict how he will react out in the world to certain choices that you make. And so his general affinity preferences are that he likes when the player is selfish or peaceful, and he dislikes when the player is generous or nice. A lot of people find these confusing because they seem to contradict each other, but keep in mind, not all situations are either or. Not all situations are, either selfish or generous. If there's a situation where you can be generous and selfish is not even an option, I know that sounds weird, but it is possible, then don't be generous because he will dislike that. That's kind of the way you can use these to your advantage. He also has a set of specific affinity preferences, and probably the most extensive set. It's actually crazy. I hope I can fit all these on the screen. He likes it when the player enters power armor, hacks terminals, modifies armor, modifies weapons, and persuades for caps. So that's his set of likes. However, he dislikes it when the player uses chems, gets addicted to anything, donates items, enters vertebrates, obviously because he's for the Institute, heals dog meat, which is the opposite of most companions, or gets naked. Again, judging from these preferences, it seems like he's very, very loyal to the Institute. We already talked about that. But also, he seems to be pretty morally gray. I wouldn't go ahead and say outright that he's morally evil, but he is a Sith. He is a quilter. He's kind of devoid of emotion for the most part. If we're going to make some kind of judgment on his character, I think we can point to the fact that he hates it when you heal dog meat. That's very interesting. It's almost like he doesn't want you to help something that's about to die. That kind of gives us a little insight into his character. While he does have plenty of preferences to work with, it's easier most of the time to just boost his affinity up, and we have a very clear-cut, easy system to do that with. It's very easy with X6. First, you'll need to find a weapons workbench or an armor workbench. Either will work. I just went to mine in Sanctuary, of course, and the method is this. You want to attach a mod, any mod, it doesn't really matter, and then once you've attached that mod, you're going to see in the top left that he liked that action. Once you've done that, you're going to back out of the workbench and go ahead and quick save. And then once you quick save, you're going to load that very same quick save again. And what that does is really resets the timer, because a companion can only like an action every few hours. I'm not sure on the exact hours, but this is a way to get around that. So once you load that quick save again, you're going to do the same process. You don't have to keep making new mods. You can actually just attach mods that you've already created. So you're going to see me go back to this standard receiver. Actually, I'm already on the standard receiver. I'm going to put the powerful receiver that was on in the first place. And again, he's going to like that. So you can repeat this process over and over until his affinity is maximized. Since there's no in-game display for tracking affinity, I think you have to use console commands if you're on PC, and console players are just out of luck at the moment. There's no way to really track it. You'll have to see in the top left, it'll say X6688, admires you, or something along those lines, and you'll know when his maximum affinity, has been reached. At that point, you will receive Shield Harmonics, which is his companion affinity perk, and it grants plus 20 energy resistance. In my opinion, when you gauge this against a lot of the other companion affinity perks in the game, this is probably one of the worst. This is really an awful companion affinity perk in my opinion, because when you look at the perk chart, you have Refractor, which is a perk that basically does the same thing, provides 50, energy resistance if you really wanted that and you wanted to dump the points into that, but I don't even think that's worth it. Personally, I don't think Refractor or even Toughness are really that worth it in terms of perks. You get a lot of, resistances from the armor that you have, and also if you get the Ballistic Weave, which is something I recommend for every single playthrough. And once you get something like that, it really makes perks like this, like, Shield Harmonics that only give you plus 20 energy resistance, it makes them look bad. They are not very good. They're not very high value. So personally, I didn't go after X6 to get his companion affinity perk. I just went after him because he is a strong companion just from a combat aspect, and also he's a courser. That's really, really cool. Since there's no side quest associated with X6 beyond the ones that you do for the Institute, let's talk about gearing him up. And a lot of people ask me the question, what kind of companion weapon do I give him? What kind of armor should I give X6 to, make him the most effective that he can be? And really, I stick to default weapons and armor most of the time. I'm just going to be honest and say that I really don't even mess with it. And his default weapon is an Institute laser rifle, which is a pretty solid weapon when you compare it to a lot of default weapons. And also, default weapons have unlimited ammo. If you give X6 another weapon, you'll have to supply him with ammunition. His default is great by most standards. As for armor, his Courser armor is pretty solid as well. He's got the same Courser armor that every single Courser has in the game, and that's some solid armor. So I really wouldn't mess with it unless you really just want to push that to the maximum. So to kind of wrap up my thoughts on X6, I think he's a very strong companion, but I don't feel that it's worth it to, go out of your way to pick the Institute in order to get him. He's the one companion that makes sense if you're choosing the Institute in a playthrough. But beyond that, I don't see it being worth it to choose the Institute solely to have X6 as your companion. As always, though, I want to hear what you guys think. Let me know in the comments, will you get X688? Is he worth your time? And do you think his companion perk is worth it? Personally, I absolutely don't think it is, but he is a cool companion to have. Let me know what you think about X6 in the comments below. Alright guys, today I shared everything you need to know about X688 and Fallout 4. And next time we will cover more Fallout on my channel, so stay tuned for Fallout 4 tips and tricks videos. If you learned something new, remember to hit that like button. I would really appreciate it. And don't forget to subscribe for more DLC coverage and Automatron Let's Play and general tips and tricks videos. Talk to you guys next time. Peace.
I'm sure by now all of you have heard of dead internet theory. I don't think I need to really dive into what it means, but fundamentally, it boils down to the idea that the things and the people that you see or interact with online aren't actually real, it's bots, and upcoming AI. Now, Meta has just publicly announced that they're doing their best to make dead internet theory not just a theory, but the reality. They proudly announced, like it's a Jeff Keighley world premiere, that they will be flooding, really, their platforms with AI-generated users that will share AI slop with the humans that are still left in those plagued wastelands. This isn't some wacky conspiracy that some snot-nosed, paint-huffing weirdo cooked up randomly. This is an actual upcoming change that Meta themselves announced. We're getting this part straight from the butt, the source. I talked about it for quite a while on stream last night. I'll show you some clips of that, but I've been thinking about it a lot ever since because the question kept coming up in stream, why would they even announce this? What is it for? What are they actually even hoping to achieve through flooding their platform with fake users? Because it is such an odd concept of something to be proud of. It clearly runs counter to what the whole idea of social media was supposed to be. A way of connecting to others and experiencing the world through information and content from others. It's social media, but this is becoming more programmed media. So I thought about it some more, and I think I have some more theories on beyond the obvious of like bigger number equal more money, and also being able to control the narrative through just brute forcing a narrative with a bunch of bot accounts that people might not be able to tell if it's AI or actual human beings. I think there are a couple more things that they're hoping to achieve through having the platform be bots. Why would Meta admit to using AI? Well, because these companies view it as a really positive thing. This isn't like some kind of dark secret to them. They're proud about it. So, their vision is drumming up engagement on their platforms through AI accounts. So what they want to do is fill it with AI-generated characters. They want to fill it with profiles and bios that will all be sharing AI-generated content with its users to the point where people won't know if they're communicating with a person or AI. And they are so out of touch that they view that as a really good thing for their platform. So we expect the AI to actually, over time, exist on our platform kind of in the same way that accounts do, according to the Vice President. They'll have bios and profiles, profile pics, and be able to generate and share content powered by AI on the platform. That's where we see all this going, which is like the worst possible direction for anything to go. So the internet is going to be a wasteland full of bots rather than 50% bots. Nothing changes. No, I mean a lot changes, actually. Right now, I've quoted this a lot, and I can't even remember the official source anymore. It's been so long, but the last estimates from how much of the internet is occupied by bots versus humans was something like 60% in bots. So you're more likely than not interacting with a complete, not real person anytime you're talking to somebody online, and the content you're consuming is coming from something instead of someone. Can someone explain why? So, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really see how they view it positively, but the benefit they will get is by having all of these AI accounts, their engagement numbers are going to be much higher, which is going to drive the value of their companies up. By being able to boast more users and boast more engagement and keep people glued to the platform, it's going to make the investors more satisfied. It's going to make things on their end more profitable. I think one of the big things that they're not going to say here, but I think one of the big things they want to do is through these AI accounts, which they will obviously have full control over, they can kind of change the narrative around anything they want. For example, Meta doing some weird bad shit and people start talking about it, well, they can have all of these bots accounts that now inhabit the platform start spamming really meta positive shit and debunking the stuff that's critical of Meta. So through all of these AI accounts, they can kind of drip feed what they want for whatever narrative they want. Because they'll be able to boost those numbers up super high and start burying the real ones. Which is something you already see that used to happen a lot on Reddit. I think it happens just as much, but they made this big thing about how they're combating it, but I think it still happens just as much on Reddit and Twitter. So I think that's kind of like one of their big things.
but the main thing they're boasting is that it's just going to be really good for engagement with fake accounts. One idea that I only briefly fondled the sack of was the concept that the AI could also be used as a tool by these platforms to keep people hooked on their drug, keep them trapped on there through fake interactions. So let's take a hopeless loser, for example, someone that is just unlovable. It's a guy who's a Jack Doherty fan. They freak out at fast food workers if they feel their large fries had filled to the brim. They call their own mother a femoid. Just someone that doesn't have anyone in their life, and they go on Instagram. Sure, there's no doubt this homunculus will doom scroll some reels for a little while, but after a period of not getting any interaction with anyone or anything, they'll leave and just go be lonely elsewhere. But now imagine when this rolls out, Meta's going to have all of these AI accounts that are going to be interacting with someone like this. So now you take that same troglodyte, and now you have him make a post that instead of getting 0 likes, now gets 20 likes from these seemingly real-looking accounts that are all AI. And he'll click on them, and he might not know they're AI because they're going to have their own profile pics, they're going to have their own bios, they're going to have their own posts that are not real, but it's going to be convincing enough that it is. So now all of a sudden, this guy who's got nobody has AI that's interacting with him on this Instagram platform, and it's going to make him more likely to stay on there and interact and engage with it. So they're going to retain people longer through this program because it'll give someone like this the sense that they're connecting with someone. So they're going to be more likely to want to stick around because now they are getting interaction. They are getting some kind of engagement out of it. This guy isn't going to have anyone naturally talk to him. No breathing human being with a pulse is going to speak to a guy like this. But AI can. I have no doubt these AI accounts will also be DMing users. So you'll have this guy get a message from Phil Cheeseburger that'll say something like, "Brother, I just saw your most recent post. That is so insightful. I never stopped to think about that. You're right. 2D waifus are better than 3D cringe." And now we've got this loser who's now interacting with Phil, who he thinks is a real person. They're talking back and forth. And now you got this guy on your platform longer through a complete fake connection that has been made thanks to these AI accounts. He's seeing ads from your advertising partners more often because now he's more intertwined with this ecosystem of bots.
How's that
Like
search going?
what I'm getting the
Were you
impression
able to
of
find the
that Meta is creating is an ecosystem that doesn't
It's still in good shape,
need
too.
humans
Here's a
on
little
it. It's
tip. I'm always
making
looking for tech.
a
Let me know
network
if you're
of
anxious to get
AI
back out
that hopes to keep humans on there
All right.
through all of this
back when
phony
you're able.
baloney
Just be sure to
shit.
find me when you're
It's so sad. It is
Think if the
so
area's clear.
dystopian, and I know that word's lost so much meaning,
That's what I like
but
to
this
hear.
really is
Commonwealth
a
is a big place in
dystopian
need of some
step.
serious
It's
exterminating.
craziness.
Whenever you're ready
Let's just
for
keep
another
playing
op,
around with this for a
you know where
moment.
to find
So this loser now has Phil,
where to find
and
me.
he's got
Just
some
don't
other AI accounts that are reaching out to him as well. He's got, George Hamhawk that's saying similar things, and over time, as he's like connecting with these AI that he might not even be aware is AI, I imagine that's going to be a thing where people are going to be confused on if they're communicating with someone real or a fake AI account. But over time, these AI accounts will start maybe subtly influencing the way that this
for the future is idealistic and noble, but their methods leave a lot to be desired. The leadership seems especially misguided. Instead of diplomacy, they wield violent confrontation to exert control.
Yes.
this loser thinks through AI drip feeding the narrative that the platform wants the users to be fed. So they can help control, like subtly brainwash people through all of these AI accounts. It is a really fascinating and fucking terrifying concept for a platform.
She's loaded with enough troops and supplies to mount a major offensive. If she's here, Elder Maxon's here. And that means we're going to war.
I'm guessing that diplomacy isn't on Elder Maxon's mind.
What's the matter? Don't like kicking in the door? Don't worry. You'll fall in line with our tactics sooner or later. That being said, you're about to get to know the Prydwen up close and personal. I've received orders that we're both to report to her immediately. Follow me up to the roof of the police station. We're going for a little ride.
That is just going to openly flood its users with AI accounts. Because it's preying on people, like, their desire to not be alone. Like, I think, at least with this concept I'm toying with. Because, again, nobody likes to post something and have 0 people see it, and Meta knows that. And the solution to that problem is to have fake people see it, and pretend that people are seeing it. So now, they're creating that feeling of, I'm being seen. And then they start connecting with those bots, and it just spirals so out of control, and it is a horrifying future. Why would any advertising agency buy into that? I don't know. I actually don't know. To me, you're being very open that you're just going to flood it with AI, fake engagement, thus those new numbers aren't going to translate to more sales for your advertising.
The Commonwealth looks different from up here, doesn't it? It never ceases to amaze me how drastically your perception of the battlefield changes from the air. We're gonna need that edge when we take on the Institute. They've already proven that they're technologically superior, which means there's no telling what types of weapons they'll have in their arsenal. Hopefully, our air superiority and tactical know-how will make the difference. Now all we have to do is find them. And I'm betting that Elder Maxon will have a plan already in place by the time we arrive. Blinded by rumors and misinformation. They don't realize that the Brotherhood of Steel is the Commonwealth's last hope for survival. Every man, woman, and child below is in mortal danger. If we fail, it's only a matter of time before the enemy overwhelms the population. Cleansing the Commonwealth is our duty, and I will gladly spill my own blood if it ensures our victory. We're on final approach to the airport. The Prydwen should be coming into view just ahead. We'll be meeting Lancer Captain Kells on the flight deck. Just stick close to me and answer all of his questions. Far too long since I've been aboard. All right, soldier. This is the moment when everything changes. I hope you're ready.
quarantine protocols for airports in case of outbreak. I think that information can be safely deleted now.
Mission granted. Welcome back. Allow me to be the first to congratulate you on a successful mission. And is this our new recruit?
Yes, sir. I feel promoted him to initiate, and I'd like to sponsor his entry into our rankings personally.
Yes, we've read your reports. You'll be pleased to know that Elder Maxon's approved your request. Place the recruit in your charge.
Thank you, sir. And my current orders?
You are to remain on the Pridman and await further instructions.
Very good, sir. Ad Victoriam, Captain.
Ad Victoriam, Paladin. So, you're the one... Get back here, Initiate. Our debriefing isn't complete.
Captain Kells.
So, you're the one Paladin Danse has taken under his wing. You don't look much like a soldier to me.
I think I've already proven that you're wrong.
A Brotherhood soldier earns merit by respecting the ideals created by our Elder. Not by simply killing the enemy and following orders. I've read Paladin Dance's reports. He seems to think you'll make a fine addition to the Brotherhood. You might expect an endorsement like that to grant you a great deal of latitude with us. But let me make one thing clear. The Brotherhood of Steel has traveled to the Commonwealth with a specific goal in mind. As the captain of this vessel, I won't allow anyone to jeopardize our mission, no matter how valuable they think they are. Understood?
It's not like I have a choice.
If you want to remain with us, then you're right. You don't. That's all for now, soldier. Your orders are to proceed to the command deck for the address. After which, Elder Maxon wishes to have a word with you. If you have any questions, ask me now. Otherwise, you're dismissed.
What are my orders?
Your orders are to proceed to Elder Maxon's address. After which, he wishes to speak with you. Anything else?
I don't have any questions.
Then I suggest you head over to the command deck immediately. Dismissed, Initiate.
Welcome aboard. Elder Maxon is holding his address inside the command deck.
Brothers and sisters, the road behind has been long and fraught with difficulty. Each and every one of you has surpassed my expectations by rapidly facilitating our arrival in the Commonwealth. You have accomplished this amazing feat without a hint of purpose or direction, and most impressively, without question. Now that the ship is in position, it is time to reveal our purpose and our beneath the Commonwealth. There is a cancer, known as the Institute. A malignant growth that needs to be cut before it infects the surface. They are experimenting with dangerous technologies that could prove to be the world's undoing for the second time in recent history. The Institute's scientists have created a weapon that transcends the destructive nature of the atom bomb. They call their creation the synth. A robotic abomination of technology that is free-thinking and masquerades as a human being. This notion that a machine could be granted free will is not only offensive, but horribly dangerous. And like the atom, if it isn't harnessed properly, it has the potential of rendering us extinct as a species. I am not prepared to allow the Institute to continue this line of experimentation. Therefore, the Institute and their synths are considered enemies of the Brotherhood of Steel, and should be dealt with swiftly and mercilessly. This campaign will be costly, and many lives will be lost. But in the end, we will be saving humankind from its worst enemy. Itself. Ad Victoriam!
Ad Victoriam!
Ad Victoriam!
I care about them, you know. The people of the Commonwealth.
I can see that. They're playing with fire and we need to save them.
Exactly. I just hope we're here in time. I refuse to allow the mistakes of the past to be repeated.
Don't worry. I'm convinced.
Paladin Dance's reports were quite clear regarding your feelings toward the Brotherhood. And he concludes that you'd be an asset to us. Seeing as he's one of my most respected field officers, you couldn't get a better recommendation. Therefore, from this moment forward, I'm granting you the rank of Knight. And, befitting your title, we're granting you a suit of power armor to protect you on the field of battle. Wear it with pride.
I'll do my best to live up to it.
I'm certain that you will. In any event, once you're finished becoming familiar with the Pridwin and my staff, report to the flight deck for your new orders. Welcome aboard the Pridwin, soldier. Make us proud.
Proximity sensor's green. Getting a 3-second ping back.
Status report.
Green across the board, sir. Nothing new.
Good. Carry on. Congratulations. Promotion. So how did it look out there?
We've got a lot of work ahead of us.
Yeah, I get it. Just... Nothing to report right now, Knight.
Firing.
Everything holding together?
Trust me, you'd know.
Good. Firing.
There. Try it now.
Nothing. I was supposed to report 10 minutes
Last
ago.
person that disobeyed
Can't fix
Captain
it.
Kells. I can
Ended up
fix it.
scraping rust.
You're the one who
off
decided
Pridwin's hull.
to kick your way through a fire from the outside. Got it.
Come find me when you're done checking in with Max.
Thanks, brothers. I owe you.
It's remarkable the things you can do with only 2 hands.
Can't talk right now. Gotta clean the higher alert scat off my boots.
There's life in the wasteland again. I think that's worth something.
Dance?
There you are. How did it go with Elder Maxon?
He's a very dedicated man. It sounds like he stands behind everything he's saying.
Of course he does. How could he afford not to? I just hope you appreciate how much of a chance I'm taking bringing you into the fold this quickly. Not to put too fine a point on it, but if you screw up, we go down together.
I won't let you down, Dance. I promise.
Good. Now, I know you're eager to hop into a suit of power armor and take the fight to the Institute. But first things first. In order to be an effective part of the team, you need to learn your way around this ship and get to know its crew. Since I've been officially assigned to you as your sponsor, I'd recommend taking me along with you.
I'll go it alone for now, and come find you when I'm ready.
Suit yourself. I'll be in the mess hall if you need me.
By Elder Maxon's orders, all forms of technology should be confiscated or collected.
I think you should stay on point. Your instincts seem to be right on target.
Glad you finally stopped by, soldier. Are you ready for your mental exam?
Sure. Go right ahead.
All right. I'm going to ask you a series of medical-related questions, and I'd like you to answer me to the best of your ability. First question. As a child, were you ever exposed to radiation for an extended period of time?
Check your your record, Stock. I'm not from around here.
What's that? Let me check my notes. You were a vault dweller? You're probably healthier than anyone else aboard. Anyway, sorry I missed that in your records. Just going down the list of questions. I'm sure you understand. Okay, second question. Have you ever had or come in contact with a person confirmed to be carrying a communicable disease?
Never been seriously sick in my life.
Good, good. Third question. And please, answer honestly. Have you ever had sexual relations with any species considered non-human?
Those species aren't my type.
Good. I find the practice highly distasteful myself. Last question. Would you have any problems pulling the trigger on an enemy of the Brotherhood, whether they're human, formerly human, or machine?
If my life's in danger, I'll do whatever it takes to defend myself.
That's an acceptable answer. And the most common. Excellent. I think I've got all the information I need. I see no reason to prevent you from... If you ever need medical assistance, you let me know.
Ah, good. You're finally here. Just set the books down anywhere. I'll get to them as soon as I can.
Clean your glasses, Pops.
Pops? What does that mean? Oh, wait, I see. That's in reference to my age. Clever. I'll make a note of that. Since it's obvious that you aren't who I was expecting, would you mind telling me why you're here?
Maxon wanted me to meet the crew, so you were next on my list.
Ah, yes. You must be the new recruit described in Paladin Dance's report. Under normal circumstances, I'd provide you with a proper orientation of my department. However, I'm woefully behind setting up research patrols and getting bombarded with requests for technical documentation. Unfortunately, I'm lacking the personnel needed to get the job done.
Maybe I can lend you a hand.
That would be splendid. As you patrol the Commonwealth, keep your eyes open for blueprints, memos, manuals, books, charts. Anything containing useful technical data. I'm authorized to pay you for each bundle of documents that you recover. And if you wish to be assigned to a research patrol, I have plenty of them waiting to be filled. In any event, it was a pleasure to meet you, Knight.
Give me a laser rifle and my power armor, and I'll take off aboard.
So, you're the new recruit I heard about. Huh, not what I was expecting.
Sounds like you're disappointed.
I'm not disappointed, just surprised. You don't look like one of the usual Wastelanders we pick up. Anyway, since you came down here to meet me, we may as well get it over with. My name's Ingram, and this lovely little grease pit is where you'll usually find me. If your power armor's too tight in the crotch, the Pridwin's about to crash into the ground, or a robot's gone haywire, you come see me.
Sounds like you have a pretty full plate.
Plate? Hell, I have a whole table's worth of duties around here. There isn't a day that goes by on this tub without 5 or 6 things breaking down. And since I'm stuck in this rig, I'm not quite as spry as I used to be. The work tends to pile up.
Actually, you seem to be getting around really well.
I suppose it's better than the alternative. Anyway, I'm sure you're here to get your hands on some power armor. There's a pretty decent T-60 suit sitting in Bay 3 that's all yours. The left leg actuator's a bit sticky, but it'll keep the creeps off of you. Oh, and if you need any work done on it, feel free to use the workshops around here. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to work.
Step forward, Knight. Even though they've locked me in this blasted cage, I promise that I won't bite.
You must be in there for a reason. Maybe I'll keep my distance.
I'm only having a bit of fun with you, Knight. Now, this is the stowage depot, and I, as you probably already guessed, am the ship's quartermaster, Proctor Tegan. The powers that be have me locked in here, so I can keep an eye on the Brotherhood's valuables. If you need to stock up on supplies before you head out on a mission, this is the place to buy them.
That's good to know.
I'm glad you're the agreeable type. When I tell most of the new recruits that they have to buy their own equipment, they give me the stink eye. The good news is by having a constant flow of caps, I'm able to buy whatever you bring me. Yeah, I'm mostly interested in weapons, but I'll take anything useful. Of course, if you're just looking to make a few caps on the side, I might have some extra work for you to do.
I could use some extra caps.
You need them, and I want you to spend them here. It's a match made in heaven. It just involves a little bit of heavy lifting and interacting with the local farms. And since I'm stuck up here manning this one-man zoo, I need someone to do the legwork for me. After you're done with the meet and greet, we can discuss the details. In the meantime, if you ever need anything else, gun, a mod, even ammo, you just let me know.
Proctor.
Step forward, Knight. Even though they've locked me in this blasted cage, I promise that I won't bite. What brings you to me today?
I'm looking for some firepower.
All of my weapons are mission ready.
Can you tell Kells if he wants things fixed, he needs to keep the damn ship steady?
You haven't lived until you hit the rock. Do you know what a 10-pound cockroach will do to a buoyancy vessel? You want to see the Brotherhood's greatest war put front?
All right. Just don't tell Lincoln, okay?
Fine. But there's a reason food's not allowed near the instrumentation.
Taking on a 10 long without backup is a great way to get yourself killed.
Now that you've familiarized yourself with the Pridman's crew, are you ready for your next assignment, brother?
Yes.
Good. Let's get right to it then. Shall we? Take a look over there. That's Fort Strong. And it's infested with super mutants. Having those aberrations of nature close enough to smell is making me sick to my stomach. To make matters worse, they're sitting on top of a massive stockpile of Fat Man shells we could use in our campaign. I want you to head over there, wipe out everything that moves, and secure that stockpile. Understood?
don't have time for this, soldier. Am I boring you, Knight? Well, out with it already.
Consider it done.
Look, I realize you're eager to take the fight to the Institute, but it'll have to wait. The Brotherhood cannot allow those abominations to have a nuclear arsenal at their fingertips.
If we are to fight, this is a good cause.
Now, we have a vertibird on standby, fully armed and ready to depart. Use it to carry our message to Fort Strong, and wipe those dirty mutants from the face of the earth. Dismissed.
In my experience, hot shots and big
Target acquired. I'll try and keep him in your sights.
say no pride?
Hey, what's up? This is y'all Sweet Joe. In this video, I'm going to show you how to find the hidden side of Fort Strong Armory. So Fort Strong, it's going to be southeast of the Pridewind and Boston airports. Now at the foot of the bridge here, you can just run up to this military check.
Excuse me, Paladin Dance?
Look at this place. You must hate these mutants as much as I do.
Why do you hate super mutants so much?
They're responsible for the death of a close friend, a Brotherhood knight named Cutler. So when you ask if I hate them, I say hate's too gentle a word. These monstrosities are just another example of man blindly taking a step forward, only to wind up stumbling 2 steps back. I've been fighting for years, trying to put a stop to this madness. And just when I thought we were getting the upper hand, along come the synths. I've seen what these super mutants do to people. Can you imagine what the synths would do to us if they ever got the upper hand? It would be Armageddon repeated, and maybe the end of everything that we hold dear. Look, I don't mean to bore you with my rhetoric. I just want you to understand how important these missions are.
Don't apologize. It reminds me why I'm doing this.
Thank you, brother. It's good to know you're taking my advice to heart. Anyway, that's enough of that. What's important here is that you got the job done and secured these warheads. You should head back up to the Prydwen and talk to Maxon. I'm sure he'll want to debrief you as soon as possible. Dismissed.
Outstanding work.
If you're in a relationship right now, I hope this doesn't ruin it for you, but you may never look at your partner the same because they're just not going to match up to this Adonis I'm about to show you. The self-described 0.5% boyfriend on the planet. He's pretty much everything you could ever want in a partner, and we get to see that firsthand as he brags to his ex about all of the matches he's getting on Hinge. So the background is, these two were dating. He is apparently a doctor, she's a nurse, they broke up. I can't imagine why with the way he talks in these text messages. He seems like a very secure, stable individual. So, I don't know what the conversation was that was preceding this, but he says, if you are even thinking it, I'm down for an open relationship. You and I can do whatever we want. I'll probably sleep with someone before January anyway. The benevolent saint read her mind, knew that she was thinking like, I kind of want to still fuck this guy. So he let her know right up front that he's definitely still down for that, but he's going to have to pencil her in around this upcoming coitus session that's going to happen before January, no doubt. like I said, I don't know what the conversation was that preceded it, but it was probably some shit like, hey, can you come collect your stuff? And he's like, listen. I know what you're thinking. And the answer is yes. I will still fuck you in this open relationship that you desperately want us to be in. I'm okay with that. I'll make that sacrifice. She rejects that generous offer, saying she's looking for a boyfriend. He says, okay, offer stands. Immaculate business acumen, letting her know that the offer is still on the table when she comes to her senses. Always down to clap cheeks and get head. Speaking like Duke Nukem out here. I came to be a weirdo loser to my ex and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of gum. And then he just for some reason throws this in there. This is out of control. 14 convos, day 1 of Hinge. Oh, you can just taste the tears. He is trying so hard to make it seem like he's moving on and is actually very happy that the relationship has ended. Look at how many conversations he's having on Hinge. He needs to brag about it to his ex. I also imagine a chunk of those conversations are with bots. This is like the guy who brags about all the sexy singles from his area that he's talking to after clicking on a porn banner. But either way, he's just trying to go out of his way to be an asshole to his ex to make her feel bad. Just unprompted sending Hinge conversations he's been having with other women. When he doesn't get any response, he starts spiraling and melting down, monologuing like a cartoon villain. I mean, obviously most of these girls would be an upgrade, so why would I get back with a broke girl who isn't even close to finishing school? You pushed me into something better. You literally asked me to get a gun. I don't have any ammunition and it's locked in a case when it gets here. Just another example of stupid communication. Such a stupid and confusing girl. I'm getting updated headshots once I'm all tanned up from Vegas from 2 professional photographers. And I update my wardrobe so everyone will get to see the new hairline. Oh. Jeepers creepers. Man's got the Rogaine foam out and he's getting very excited to showcase it in his new Crocs and Hawaiian t-shirt. Probably use your birthday money for it. That was supposed to be a little dagger to jab her with. I'm using your birthday money for this, by the way. Brother, the relationship's over. I doubt she really cares what you use it for. Go ballistic, man. If you want to keep spamming minoxidil on your Tommy Pickles head, go crazy. Also, like clockwork with every single meltdown, it's always, well, I was actually like settling for you. You're like super beneath me. You're broke, and everyone I'm meeting on Hinge is clearly an upgrade. You actually, this was like the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I cannot stop smiling about it because now look at all of these upgrades that I'm getting on Hinge from you. Like I was doing you a favor by being with you. He then also had the courtesy to show her what the photos are going to look like when they're done. Photos going to look something like this. I want to take some photos together as well at a festival and some action shots doing hobbies. It's going to be fun and likely boost my profile even more. I'm already overwhelmed though. Right now I've got a serious case of stick-it-to-the-man-neosis from just getting too much pussy, but I'd like to elevate my profile a bit more so I can reach challenger rank on Hinge. He then just sends some random photos of dudes he saw on Google Images, typing in things like man on bike and stuff like that, and he just sends those randomly. There's no doubt in my mind he didn't actually plan any photography sessions. He just wanted some shit here to like brag about, kind of like, look at how much better I'm doing. Check out these like new photos I'm going to be doing. Like I'm going to be riding a bike. These action shots of me doing my hobbies of undressing anime figurines, they're going to go crazy on Hinge and people are going to love them. Honestly, my ultimate goal is to find someone with an impressive career who comes from a good family. That's something I really missed with you and stressed me out. I want my children to aspire to be great and your family reeks with complacency. Who asked? This man's just fucking vomiting all the spaghetti in his brain here. He's just fucking dumping nonsense. Who is asking you what your goals are? Nobody cares. Hypergamy is real. Women with great careers don't want partners who are less educated or make less money. I'm in the top 0.5%, so it puts me in an elite group when I finish. I really want to see what I can find once I beef things up on the profile. 70% of people nowadays meet each other online. He's got the stats, and the stats say that he should be happy, so he is happy. He's super happy because he's the 0.5% in an elite group of boyfriend material. So you know he's happy. You can tell he is just beaming with enthusiasm, with joy. It's the holly jolly season, and he is feeling the spirit. He just keeps going on and on. I'll just date for fun until someone comes along worth marrying, kind of like what I did with you. Literally pages of glizzy gobblers. I'm the MIDI king. Oh man, he's slaying. Yeah, he's putting in the work right now. You can just see it. calling them glizzy gobblers and midi. He keeps referring to all of his matches as midi. He's actively just putting down all of the women that find him attractive. Like, he doesn't even find them good looking. I think he just swiped right on every single person with a pulse on Hinge over a 24-hour period and managed to get 14 matches. And now he's just calling himself the Midi King. At least these middies won't give me such a headache like you did, won't lie to me about everything and manipulate me into getting a gun and then tell me they think I'm going to shoot them. You are the insane one, walking red flag. He comes across as a pretty sane guy, so if he's calling someone insane, you know that holds water. There's no red flags I've picked up on here yet from this guy. I would never marry a woman like you. Fakest person I know. The whole sweet girl thing is such a facade. Your family knows the angry, manipulative, stubborn bitch you are on the inside. Like I said, I don't want you back. I want to date these girls and have fun until I meet someone worth marrying. But always down to fuck you and get head. I'm just not going to be exclusive anymore. I don't marry middies. Now you can hang out as much as you want with your simp guy friends who get no pussy. It's a symbiotic relationship. A depressed and insecure girl who needs validation, 4 out of 10 or lower guys with no ambition or drive, or any redeeming qualities that would make them dateable, getting some attention from a midi. She just says, stop texting me. This dude talks like those loveless virgins on Twitter that are always whining and crying on there about women. It's so... I don't even know where I would start with unpacking this one. It's just pathetic. Like, this is a doctor, apparently? What in tarnation? Dr. Dork, maybe? The jeepers. Wow. Anyway, this is what a 5% mate looks like. This is like the elite group of boyfriends, and unfortunately she didn't realize how lucky she got. She hit the lottery jackpot, and now, well, he's seen the light. So now he gets to go on Hinge and be the king of middies, as he says. He loves the middies, but he'd never marry one. He's clearly over his previous relationship, which is why he's sending paragraphs to his ex bragging about this and just spitting out his goals and all kinds of insults towards her and her family and everything. He's absolutely happier now. It's very evident. But I would like to move on to another short adventure that I went on through some text messages today. This is a very brief one. A Redditor had a friend that made a purchase that ended up being a bit of a scam, and it's a purchase that I can actually relate to in a pretty big way. It's a sex doll. So he was saying that the pictures that he purchased from looked nothing like the product he received, saying he's disappointed. His friend is just laughing at his trauma though, which I think is just very rude. This guy is clearly going through it. He just got scammed. He was looking for love. He didn't get what he ordered. There's so many things that most people should be able to pump their fist behind and say, yes, this...
use every weapon at our disposal. I try to supply my soldiers with the best. That's why I'm giving you these. Simply throw one to the ground, and the vertibird will hone in on the unique electromagnetic smoke it emits. Once you're aboard, use the map on your Pip-Boy to interface with the pilot's navigation system, so he'll be able to take you wherever you need.
Thank you, Elder. I'll make good use of them.
I expect that you will. Now, I'm sure you're aware that Fort Strong was simply the first step towards the liberation of the Commonwealth. An even greater task lies ahead. Our latest intelligence tells us you've infiltrated the Institute and liberated a valuable holotape from their facility. I'm quite disappointed you chose to build the signal interceptor without the Brotherhood Knight. However, you've secured passage to and from their facility, which was one of our primary goals. So, I'm willing to overlook your lapse in judgment, since you've unexpectedly accelerated our plans. I now have 2 missions for you to complete. First and foremost, I want you to bring that holotape to Proctor Ingram right away. There could be data vital to the success of our mission on that tape, so we can't afford to take any chances. The second part of your mission requires a bit of background to explain. About 10 years ago, the Brotherhood began recruiting civilian scientists from the capital Wasteland to assist with various projects. During this process, we were able to obtain the services of Dr. Madison Lee, a noted mind in the field of nuclear engineering.
By recruiting, you mean they forced her to join?
Being at war leaves little room for compassion. That said, Dr. Lee's contributions to our cause were instrumental in maintaining order in the capital Wasteland. After some time, she developed differences with the Brotherhood and exiled herself to the Commonwealth. We're fairly certain that her intent was to make contact with the Institute.
She was a valuable resource. It was a mistake to let her leave.
Agreed. I wish our predecessors would have had your foresight. Your mission is simple. Once you're inside the Institute, we want you to track down Dr. Lee's whereabouts. If you find out that she's still alive, make contact with her and convince her to return to the Brotherhood of Steel. There's a special project we're working on, and it needs her attention.
What's this project that needs her attention?
Dr. Lee previously worked on a potent weapon for the Brotherhood of Steel. We'd like her to continue where she left off. That's all I can tell you. Just keep your mind on the mission. And don't let anything they say sway you from your duty. Good luck, Knight.
Vertibird docking systems and fusion coolant feed systems reporting green.
This man was wronged. I am on his side. He bought a sex doll and didn't receive the one that he had ordered. So he said I should have let the process facility cancel the order and never reordered it back. His friend continues to laugh at him. I'm throwing it away tomorrow or something. He's still getting laughed at. He then says, bro, even the fucking Ona hole is too small. I don't know what the Ona hole is. That might be like a trademarked part of the sex doll. I don't know his particular model, but that might be like patent pending technology. He's trying to set his friend straight here, letting him know like, hey, this isn't really the hilarious situation you think it is. It's you know, it's a big scam. I ordered sitting position, it came in standing position, stupid seller, scammer. He then sends a picture of the sex doll that he received. This, it's not the highest quality item, I'll be the first to admit here. This looks like you're having sex with a Sega Dreamcast character. It's basically just a big noodle with a Google image face on it. The company that produced this should be ashamed of themselves. They didn't even have the decency of putting titties on it. This looks like one of Floop's Fluglies from Spy Kids. So unfortunately there's a huge scammer on the loose, so buyer beware if you're in the market for any sex dolls. But the reason I said I can relate to this is because I actually had a sex doll that looked remarkably similar to that. Many of you may remember a few years ago when I was in my competition with Belle Delphine, where I had like the craziest collection of sex toys and dildos, fleshlights, all of that. The whole 9 yards there, the kit and caboodle of all the sex toys. One of the items I had that I mentioned and showed in a couple videos was a sex doll that looked very close to that. Not the exact same model. It was this one. Now at the very least, that model at least had titties on it and a usable mouth hole if your cock was 2 inches long. The gentle sir on Reddit, it didn't even have that. It was actually just like a piece of printer paper with a woman's face glued on to an inflatable thing, an inflatable tube thing, really. Like I didn't even see any holes I censored it myself. I didn't even see any holes on his model. The one I had at least did have all of that, but you would be a damn fool to try and fuck it, because that sex doll I had, it was like made out of broken glass. It was like the sharpest material ever. If you did put your cock in it, it wasn't coming out in one piece. It'd be sliced and diced. It'd be like sticking your cock in a wood chipper. It was completely unusable for that purpose, which is why I had it as kind of like a background object where I put like a shirt on her. Now, God rest her soul, she's no longer with us, unfortunately. She melted at the warehouse, as did most of my collection of sex toys, because the Florida heat was not kind to them in an unventilated building. They didn't appreciate that very much, so pretty much everything melted.
But yeah, I can relate to his purchase here because what he received, since he was actually buying it to have sex with it, he would not have been successful with it. I can tell you for sure because I had something similar, and there is no human being on the planet, no matter how masochistic, that would actually fuck it and be pleased. They would be in excruciating pain and miserable. The agony would be overriding any sense of pleasure they could have possibly felt. So yeah, I just wanted to briefly talk about that on the back of talking about the awesome boyfriend. Anyway, that's about it. So yeah. Speedrunning an intro here, I just learned about some of the most entertaining drama of 2024. I saw it through Evil Pineley's video covering the situation 2 weeks ago, and it is still going currently today. It's about the CEO of a parchment paper business losing his mind and having this I'm trying out something a little different with the CRT behind me here, with my new setup that has me looking like I'm in some kind of real zany museum. So I've got a Majora's Mask walkthrough playing behind me. Also, that CRT, it's a JVC, it's the exact TV I used to play games on growing up, which is why I got it. There's a whole reason I went on the scavenger hunt to try and find it, like I was looking for Dragon Balls. Anyway, I'm going to be talking about Majora's Mask today, which is why that's playing behind me. Many of you may have been recommended this video recently, but the YouTube algorithm went absolute insano style and showed me a masterpiece of a video. I'm going to put a link to it in the description. I highly recommend all of you go check out the full video. It is so well done, but I just have to gush and grannies over it because I was so drawn into this and I just want to talk about it. It's so fucking good.
Everybody loves a good underdog story. People often find themselves inspired by narratives where an unlikely participant rises up against all triumphs in the face of adversity. Usually, though, the underdog isn't a literal dog, but I can think of few competitors who have tried
Like the New York Jets, who haven't won a Super Bowl in 5 decades, or the Philadelphia 76ers that haven't won a championship in like 4 decades, like 41 years or something. So when you really stop to think about it and put it in perspective, Blue Dog did an extraordinary job squeaking out the big W after only 25 years in the league. So this is a video from a channel called Vidya James, and it is a banger. It slaps. This is the kind of content I love watching, where it's just like this really obscure thing that no one would ever even really think about, and a big video essay breaking down what makes it so interesting. This is for Majora's Mask, an iconic, beloved classic that's near and dear to my boners. I even have a Majora's Mask up here in my display. And this is a game that's been out for a long time. It came out in the late 90s. It was released in 2000. Well, that's not the late 90s at all now, is it? That's 2000. That's fucking Y2K right there. Point is, this game has been out for a long time. It's older than the dentures in your Meemaw's pie hole. And even though this game has been out for so long and is still actively played to this day with things like speedruns, there is something that has just happened that has only happened once in the entire history of this game. And it just happened for the first time. And that's what this video essay goes over. It's Blue Dog winning a race.
Among the many side quests in the game is a racetrack at the back of Romani Ranch, where the player can select one of 14 dogs to bet on in a race. You see, Nintendo coded in a distinct speed stat for each dog color, creating a clearly defined tier list that tells us which dogs are better and which are not so great.
When betting on the dogs, you use the Mask of Truth to figure out what dog has what status. So like if a dog's in good condition, that's likely going to be the one that stands the best chance of winning, and dogs will have a variety of different things that are neutral, bad, or good. And you usually will bet on the one that's good, and usually the dog that's winning is the gold dog. That little bastard is the Michael Jordan of that racetrack. You can't stop him, you can only hope to contain him, and even then, if you broke all 4 of its legs, it would probably still find a way to win by just fucking army crawling and wiggling its way to the finish line. It is just that much better than the rest. And at the very bottom is Blue Dog.
If we take a look at the speed values embedded in the code, we can see that each dog color is assigned a pair of numbers. For the sake of brevity, we can mostly ignore the first number. The important number there is the second one in each pair, which represents the speed value of each dog for the last 3 quarters of the race. The gold dog, especially if given the good condition, is almost guaranteed to win the race, while the blue dog, with its minimal speed value compared to the other dogs, well...
Blue Dog's looking like me out there doing the presidential fitness test. So Blue Dog is far and away the worst possible competitor here. It's not even close.
Right now
And in 25 years of thousands upon thousands of races, there has never been a record.
What's going on?
Dr. Higgs and Dr. Loken have decided to protest your appointment as father's successor. They've taken control of the bioscience security systems and cut off our food supply.
They've lost their minds.
No, they've lost faith.
Maybe I can reason with them.
I believe I can help with that. I can unlock the maintenance tunnel that leads to the bioscience observation room. From there, you should be able to communicate with Higgs and Logan. If you can't reason with them, you can use this holotape to access the command functions on the observation room terminal. That should give you some options. Just please, try to talk to them first. Use violence only as a last resort. Here we are. Just give me a moment. There, it's unlocked.
By order of the Institute, you must be destroyed. Deploying melee tactics.
Recorded case of Blue Dog winning.
Over the 25 years since the game's original release, nobody has ever seen Blue Dog come even close to winning the race, with essentially everyone in the community claiming it was outright impossible. Is it truly impossible, or have we just not tried hard enough?
Everyone thought the 4-minute mile was impossible until the feat was accomplished. It's always one of those things where there's nothing truly impossible. I could hit a growth spurt in my 30s here and make it to 6 feet. You don't know for sure. And that is the case with Blue Dog.
Over the last few years, Majora's Mask speedrunners became aware of an extremely rare glitch where a dog can mysteriously win the race around halfway through the track. The source of the glitch is due to a math error in the game's code, where the game performs a check to see if any of the dogs are in the finish line region.
Math water when these video essays get to the point where they start showing graphs and data, you know, well, in order to figure out why Blue...
Contact. No.
A stand your ground case. The defense used virtual reality to give the judge a full experience of what they say happened. In Local 10's Christina Vasquez live in
Oh, some Sword Art Online shit. Taking you into it.
attorney is court hearing.
This is when he pulls the gun out, when he's backed up against the bar.
At a stand your...
Holy. This was made in Second Life. Whoa. Why though? Why do this? This had to be some kind of racket. Like, this had to be, like, my friend's an animator and he really, you know, he just got let go from Ubisoft because they keep closing everything down. Maybe I can get him some work through making a recreation of a stand your ground case. Oh, fuck yeah. And then I'll have my client pay for that. Like, how do you even, like, sell that? Who pays for that? Someone that's smarter than me. How does that work? Because that's not free. Unless, of course, the lawyer himself is a part-time game developer. Machinima creators becoming crime recreators. What a glorious reality.
At a stand your ground hearing Tuesday,
Nobody backs off.
a Broward judge peered through a virtual reality headset.
These people are coming into his space, right?
And he's backing up.
And he's backing
so
up.
as not to be injured like his wife.
For an immersive experience,
What?
artist designed to illustrate this defense expert's opinion.
It's like a chest-to-chest encounter, no matter where you look.
That based on his review of depositions, a site visit, and sworn witness statements to police.
This is actually a photograph from one of the videos, right?
Yeah.
This is the best case I've ever seen. We're finally in the future. This is like Demolition Man shit. Also, who brought in all the headsets? Is that taxpayer dollars? We got a big high-profile case coming in. We need $15,000. We gotta bring everyone some VR headsets. Yeah, it's the only way. It's the only way. We can't just take his word for it. We need to see it in VR. It's a meta sponsorship. Honestly, I'm surprised the judge isn't freaking out. The judges in all of these court cases are usually such fucking fossils that I feel like if you put on the headset and took them into the fucking mainframe, they'd just be like flailing around and screaming. Ah! Ah! He's handling it well. I would definitely do this if I was a lawyer genius. I mean, it's not the worst idea ever, to be honest.
It's a chest encounter, no matter where you look.
That based on his review of depositions, a site visit, and sworn witness statements to police.
It's actually a photograph from one of the videos, right?
Yes.
Miguel Abisu, the Southwest Ranch's wedding venue owner, facing 9 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for waving a gun at guests last year.
When he pulls the gun out, when he's backed up against the bar.
Did so in self-defense, he testified.
Standing right in his face, he still has not brought out his gun.
That is correct.
Placing the judge in the defendant's shoes.
No, I can see it. I'm there right now. I'm actually, I've mind jacked into the defendant. I see that. This is overwhelming. It's chest-to-chest contact. Is this Unreal 5? My God. Looks better than real life.
His defense attorney works to convince the judge to give his client immunity under Florida's standard.
Can we talk about this?
Father chose not to talk to the directorate before anointing you his successor. So how about I follow his fine example?
Father believes in me. The least you can do is give me a chance.
How could you hope to lead us when you hardly know anything about what we do? I'm sure you mean well, but you must see that it's an impossible task.
Maybe, maybe not. All I'm asking is that you keep an open mind.
I'm sorry, but our minds are made up. Both Dr. Loken and I have resolved to stand our ground.
Can't you at least give me a chance?
A chance? What do you think, Max?
The most fastidious researcher must sometimes take a leap of faith. I say let's give it a try.
Very well, then. Open the door, and let's return to the phone.
Systems nominal.
Bravo! I admit I was fearing for the worst, but I can see that I underestimated you.
I'm just glad they listened to reason.
Indeed. There is one further matter to discuss. Obviously, some kind of disciplinary action must be taken here. The question of what form it takes is up to you.
They were prepared to let everyone starve to death. They have to die.
I understand. I'll make the necessary arrangements, though it saddens me to do so. I'll see that the mess in hydroponics is cleaned up. I suppose I should also make the funeral arrangements. Well, there's much to do, so I'll get about it. In the meantime, I'm sure everyone will be relieved that this is over.
Synth unit, you were scheduled for maintenance duty in SRB last night.
And your ground law.
I believe is the first time in the state of Florida, in a criminal or civil case, that virtual reality was admitted in evidence.
Probably is.
It may be
Yeah, probably is the first
in
time.
the United States that virtual reality was admitted.
You again. What do you want now? You're obviously here for a reason, and you've already spoiled my experiment, so you might as well spit it out.
I've been sent by the Brotherhood of Steel to find you.
You don't beat around the bush, I'll give you that. I knew it was just a matter of time before your people would track me down. I've been looking over my shoulder for almost a decade, waiting for them to send someone like you to kill me.
I'm only here with good intentions. You have my word.
You're giving me your word, even though we just met? Fine. Since Father trusts you, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I might not agree with everything he says, but I know he'd never allow harm to come my way. Say what you came here to say, and then leave me alone.
Are you happy here?
You'd think being surrounded by cutting-edge laboratory equipment and some of the greatest minds the world's ever known would be enough. Only problem is the lack of transparency. I don't think we get the full story on everything that occurs down here. What does that have to do with why we're talking?
You should return to the Brotherhood.
Even if I wanted to return to them, why would they want me back?
Did you abandon any projects you wanted to complete?
You should know better than to ask me that. If they didn't tell you what I was working on, they didn't want you to know. I'm certainly not going to put my neck on the line and spread their dirty little secrets. Tell me something. Why would I possibly want to come crawling back to the Brotherhood? What reason would I have to throw away everything I've accomplished here?
Father trusts me, and so should you.
He trusts you because you're family. I'm not. I can't just take your word for it. I need more than that.
The Brotherhood has always been straight with you.
I am getting a bit tired of all the secrets around here. Sometimes I feel like Father isn't being straight with me. Like there are things I'm not supposed to know about. I don't like that. But still, how can I turn my back on all of this?
Your work could be instrumental in freeing the Commonwealth.
You really know how to push my buttons, don't you? You know, I never understood why the Institute was so damn selfish. All those innocent people up there, dying. And here I am, surrounded by technology that could make their lives better. Yet we hide down here and insulate ourselves from everything and everyone. It's not right. It's not right. I'll make my way back to the Brotherhood. But I'm going to have to do it on my own. I can't take any chances being seen with you. Tell whoever sent you that they've just regained the services of Dr. Madison Lee.
One day, I'll design a more efficient reactor to replace that old clunker in Bates.
Sturgis, remember that holotape with all the Institute data? I need it back.
Oh, yeah? Why? What have you got cooking?
Does it matter why I need it?
Nah, of course not. Just me poking my nose into your business for no particular reason. Here you go. I've already made myself a copy.
Into
But it's not normal. It doesn't work like the others. And that's because this one was made with water. Each one has an artificial heart that pumps water through a hydraulic muscle system. So the movements feel way more fluid and human-like than other robots. It's pretty wild. Now, these are called androids by Clone Robotics. Some of the most advanced robots ever designed. But here's what's crazy. The water muscle system isn't even the most interesting part. The most interesting part is the hands. Check this out. These hands are the most human-like robot hands ever built. And because of that fluid muscle system, they have a huge range of motion and can move at super... actually able to perform many of the basic human tasks that you would want a robot to do. Now, Clone is selling the first 279 androids in 2025, and they're going to come pre-installed with skills. Things like pouring drinks, vacuuming, dishes, and the telekinesis platform that lets you teach it on your own. Now, I will say, Clone has yet to show a live demo of the full humanoid. It's been very under wraps, but they claim they have something that can walk like a human. Check this out. This is a humanoid robot.
Thrusters stable.
Control systems all reporting back. I received word that Dr. Lee is returning to us. How cooperative do you think she'll be?
I've convinced her that the Institute is the enemy, not the Brotherhood.
Well done, Knight. As soon as Dr. Lee arrives, we'll interrogate her aboard the Pridwin. She's been under the Institute's influence for the last decade, and we can't afford to take any chances. Now, I believe you still possess an important piece of data that Proctor Ingram is eagerly awaiting. I want you to bring it to her immediately. Once again, Knight, you don't fail to impress. Dismissed.
Looks dead. Put one more in its head for good measure. Why take the chance?
The last month was 100.
Yeah, well, inflation. You want to be on the... Here's where you can eat for less than $10 and get a whole meal in downtown Montreal. And it's only $8.99. You can get any of these lunch specials. Choose either the trio, poutine, or...
Attention! This is a reminder. Any recovered historical, technological, or social documentation should be delivered directly to Proctor Quinlan. That is all.
When I get off duty, that's... Salisbury steak is mine. Hesitating to pull the trigger on any of the scum. Pull up a stool, Knight.
I really should have my armor adjusted while I'm here.
For the taste, it was flavored. VTuber glitches in.
Feels bullshit. Melissa's gonna take.
Greetings, Knight.
Yo, if you could find me where I'm at right now, we got $100,000. Melissa's gonna teach him. Melissa's gonna teach him.
Proctor, I came across a holotape with a full scan of the Institute's network.
Thanks. You know, it's good to see you're still in one piece. Wasn't sure what the Interceptor would do to you.
I'm not here for small talk.
Suit yourself. In the meantime, I've got a new assignment for you. So, I bet you're eager to get your hands dirty on our new project. How much has Maxon told you about it?
He didn't tell me anything.
Makes sense. We've been trying to keep it under wraps until the time was right. Come on. It's this way. Unless you're blind as a bat, I'm sure you've noticed that we've been building a gantry in the tarmac. Maxon and Kells have been looking for something that'll tip the balance when we go toe-to-toe with the Institute. Now, the Pridwin might be a big beast, but she's not built for fighting. That's where our new project comes in. This storage bay full of parts is what's left of Liberty Prime. The Brotherhood used it in the capital Wasteland as a weapon against the Enclave. It's the most advanced robot the Brotherhood has ever had at its disposal. Unfortunately, Liberty Prime was destroyed in the line of duty. I've spent the better part of the last few years piecing it back together. And if you think that was easy, try rebuilding a Protectron while you're blindfolded. In order to get Liberty Prime fully operational, we're going to need your help.
It'll take a miracle to get this pile of junk operational.
You think he looks rough now? You should have seen him when I unsealed the salvage crates filled with his parts. Now, the good news is that we've got most of Prime's parts fully assembled. The bad news is that it's going to take more than a few rivets and some spot welding to get them working again. And the first problem is his CPU. It's fragile. Every time we try to feed power to it, it blows itself out.
I assume you can fix that?
I wish it was that simple. If this happened to one of the robots on the Pridwin, I'd just swap out its fusion pile. As much as I hate to admit it, Prime's power systems are out of my league. Luckily, you were able to convince Dr. Madison Lee to return to the Brotherhood. She was on the original build team for Liberty Prime a little over a decade ago. I've already spoken to her, but she's reluctant to work on Prime for some reason. If you could get her down here to lend a hand with his power system, we can get the big guy moving.
Attention. Delta Team Lead, report to the bridge. Delta Team Lead to the bridge.
Our vertebrates should give us an air filter.
If you're here to talk me into working on Liberty Prime, you can forget it.
You promised you'd help us.
You're right, I did. But you neglected to mention that I'd be asked to work on Liberty Prime. I've been down this road with the Brotherhood before. Why would I make the same mistake twice?
If you don't work on Prime, I'll have you shot.
Isn't that rude?
You son of a bitch. And for a moment there, you almost had me thinking that you actually cared about the Commonwealth. And about me. Fine. You want your robot fixed? I'll fix it. Just stay the hell out of my way.
Carrie.
Attention. Any soldiers who have not yet received a field assignment from Proctor Tegan should speak to him at once. That is all.
Yeah. Night.
If you're here to talk me into working on Liberty Prime, you can forget it.
We had a deal.
I said I'd return to the Brotherhood of Steel, and I have. But you neglected to mention that I'd be asked to work on Liberty Prime. I've been down this road with the Brotherhood before. Why would I make the same mistake twice?
Because we care what happens to the Commonwealth.
Many lives are at stake, Dr. Lee.
You know, if anyone else wearing a Brotherhood of Steel uniform said something like that, I'd laugh in their face. But coming from you, it sounds like you actually mean it. Tell Proctor Ingram to get her scribes ready. It's going to take a hell of a lot of work to get Liberty Prime back online, but we'll get it done.
Lancer Captain Kell is one of the finest officers.
Shift was long, but I'm glad.
Maya is on the phone and she suspects that her husband of a year might be cheating on her. And before we give him a call and try to catch him, Maya, why don't you tell her?
Most likely to Christmas edition. Who is...
Hey, what's up? Jewel show. Things are just getting messy.
I don't know about Scribe Mariah. I think she lets her little zero get too much. Put two in the head and they'll stay dead.
Proctor
Advice to
Ingram.
live by. Wow, things are off to a good start. Isn't that right, Doctor?
I hope so. Prime suffered some significant damage to his memory core. I wish your people would have been a bit more careful, Proctor. The good news is that the damage isn't irreversible, and I should be able to get the power flowing into his CPU core without overloading. If your people stay out of my way, that is.
Charming, isn't she?
Maybe I should teach her some manners.
That's not necessary. She isn't gonna be much good to us if she's lying in a hospital bed. Besides, Dr. Lee's worth all the aggravation. We're working with one of Prime's original designers. I don't see it getting any better than that. In fact, since things are going so well, we're gonna have you start building his electromagnetic actuators.
Sure, anything you need.
That's what I love about you. You're ready to leap into action, and I bet you don't have the faintest idea what I'm talking about. The actuators are what allows Liberty Prime's arms and legs to move. Prime's new limbs are way too heavy for the simple hydraulic pistons he had in the past. We're gonna have to rip those out, construct a brand new system using electromagnets, and install them in his limbs. What we need you to do is build the actuators for us.
Now that you know what the actuators are, you need to know how to make them. These are the plans and the materials list. Don't lose them.
Now, before you get that look on your face, you'll be happy to know that we have plenty of the raw materials on that list right here at the airport. The only thing we need you to head out and find is a high-powered magnet. According to Proctor Quinlan, the best place to find one is in any of the ruined hospitals around the Commonwealth. We've already sent out a few teams to find the rest of the high-powered magnets you'll need. They should be back by the time you return.
Once you start building the actuators, we need one for each limb, so you'll need to make a total of 4. Good luck.
These defenses are quite sturdy, yes?
Scanning. Accessing pre-war records. Record found. 108th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Battalion. Ahoy there. 'Tis Providence, a member of the Congressional Army, is delivered to us in our hour of need.
Depending on what you need, I may be able to help.
The fair wind holds true then. The captain requests your presence on the bridge. At the Double Creek, sir.
Oh no. The body can repair tissue damage, but still, too much radiation too quickly can prove fatal. Caution is recommended.
Hey,
What shall we talk about?
so how are we doing, Curie?
It is so hard to wrap my head around what I feel about you. Before there was only duty. Now, something more.
Didn't have anything else.
As you say.
Nanny robot designed for household use, which came way after release and don't really want this to be spoiled for them. So spoilers potentially for the next 30 seconds. You're basically giving Curie a chance to become more human by putting her into a synth body, which is Curie's companion affinity side quest. So this is all about helping Curie become more human. She needs Medic companion perk, and this heals the player 100 health points, or hit points, excuse me, once per day if your health falls below 10%. So this is kind of a safety net perk. That's the best way I could describe this. It only kicks in when you fall below 10%, but
Hey. The idea of a sister is now a better time to converse.
I have some time.
I have spent much effort gathering information in our travels so far, and my self-diagnostics have come to a green conclusion. It is not lack of data or lack of collaboration which stifles my scientific progress. The inescapable truth is there has never been a great robot scientist.
I'm sure your research isn't that bad.
You are polite to say this, but if something does not change, my efforts will be mere stagnation. The greatest scientific minds of history. I must... As do I. I owe you. My head goes ever more. Spin, spin, spin. You make it look so effortless. Like breathing. But for me, it is much appreciation for you. Very funny. I must cut this short. My eyes, they are malfunctioning. Adieu. Do you have time? It is important to me.
You're pretty distracting yourself.
I had a point. A reason. Oh, yes. My control of feelings is worse than before. And you are no help. With your teasing of poor little Curie. But it is not just you. Sometimes a simple compliment. Nice hair. And I am flustered. confused. Other times, people suggest the strangest and most lurid things, and I am even more confused. Why do people do this?
Because you're so cute when you're confused.
You are not making any of this easier, you. Oh, I must get a handle on this if I am ever to advance my experiments. Tell me you must have time now.
I can think of better things to get excited about.
Oh, that's so. No, I will not let you derail me. I beg to become a saint for a reason. For science. To be able to make real progress in studying the medical arts. I have had a breakthrough. Using a new strain of mute food, I have discovered a way to greatly improve the restorative properties of stim packs. I realize this is not perfect. Be careful. If the shielding on the reactor isn't perfect, it can be hazardous to your health.
Hey, Captain.
I'll have none of your lip, Mr. Navigator. Have the crow's nest scan 2 points off the port bow. Jump to it.
Aye, Captain.
Our soldier has arrived. Been too long since we've seen the confession pod.
Quite a ship you have here.
Indeed. I am Captain Ironsides, commander of the USS Constitution. You visit this fine vessel in trying times. Be calm these long years on her airy perch. Damn your Weatherby savings and loan! I spit at you.
A sad state of affairs for such a historic ship.
So much history. To remain here is sad.
On that, we are in agreement. What vexes me most is my inability to assist in the war effort. My gun decks have naught but Morats and ne'er-do-wells as targets. Enough pleasantries. The Constitution has systems that need repairs to carry out its mission.
Just tell me what you need.
Good man. Consult with the bosun and Mr. Navigator. They will relay your instructions. Dismissed. Look lively, lads. Scavengers approach. Soldier, man the cannons.
They were in great trouble to defend the place.
for the bosun and Mr. Navigator?
Your very presence does this humble unit a great honor. My programming would find it amiss if I did not also interject. Long live the captain!
Okay.
On to the mission. Our last marine expedition valiantly returned with much-needed supplies, including replacement power cables, sir. Alas, with my severe lack of appendages, I find myself unequal to the task of repairing the cables myself.
I'll get right on it.
My anxiety emulators are lightening by the microsecond. Once you have resolved this matter, I beseech you to return to me to accept my undying gratitude.
I simply must share. I have news.
I can think of better things to get excited about.
Oh, that's so. No, I will not let you derail me. I beg to become a synth for a reason. For science. To be able to make real progress in studying the medical arts. I have had a breakthrough. Using a new strain of mute fruit, I have discovered a way to greatly improve the restorative properties of stimpaks. I realize this is not earth-shaking, but it means that inspiration does exist.
Sounds useful. I can use some.
Of course. You might say that our frequent escapades and injuries provided the real inspiration. And you have given me this capacity. And beyond that, so much more. The world is full of life, possibilities. You are very dear to me. My close friend. And I hope I can return the many favors you have given me.
What we have between us is deeper than friendship.
My very first thought in all this excitement was I must tell you. It wouldn't feel real until I shared it with you. You know, you mean very much. Oh, I am so terrible at this.
I mean very much what? To the Commonwealth? Heck, to the world?
No, I was wrong. You're the one that's terrible. To tease me such.
Maybe I can take you out to dinner, see a movie, or whatever people do these days.
I may be getting this out of order, but I love you. And I would like this very, very much. The world seems so very bright, and I cannot wait to see what becomes of this.
It is an honor to crew such a storied vessel.
Unidentified. Intruder. Intruder.
Mr. First Mate, this is the captain. This soldier is no intruder.
Requesting permission to use lethal force.
Whoa, easy there.
It is against your core programming to use lethal force against an invited guest. It is illegal.
Unable to comply.
Stand down. That's an order. And for God's sake, use the accent.
I, Captain, standing down.
Stand down! Stand down, I say! This soldier is a guest on our vessel. Please afford him all appropriate courtesies.
Courses through the Constitution's veins. Again! Her systems, long starved, flicker to life. A hearty congratulations. Huzzah! However, this has brought to light further failures in our power grid. The power relay, to my shame, I previously complained about is fluctuating wildly.
Don't worry. I'll get you up and running.
Only for you, sir. Power relay coils are a common enough part. Might I recommend checking the local shopkeepers? Surely, they would be of some assistance. Fair winds and following seas.
Patrolling.
Bosun.
Power flows far and steady. I would applaud you, but alas, cannot, due to my lack of clamping instruments. But huzzah, sir, huzzah!
Well, you're very welcome, Bosun.
You are too kind. I require no further assistance. But our Mr. Navigator is also beset by troubles. Scuttle buddies, our guidance system is on her last legs. If you've not already, speak to him. Fare thee well.
Defending the Constitution. Warning. Overdue for maintenance. Patrolling.
This is the captain speaking. We're taking on an allied soldier. Clear the berth, disable defenses, make way.
The boat! It is on the building! That is the USS Constitution. Mon Dieu.
Ironsides.
If the humans have struck their colors, leave this ship and never return.
Tis an honor to crew such a storied vessel.
Hey, bosun.
From the top deck, one can spot other robots from the Commonwealth, floating, listless, without purpose, but not us. Defending the Constitution. Patrolling. All is well. Warning, overdue for... Hostile target.
The boat! It is on the building. That is the USS Constitution.
Order will be restored shortly.
What? Bro, what the hell is that?
The boat! It is on the building.
overdue for maintenance.
Ahoy, soldier!
It is
Scavenger
on the
threat eliminated.
That is the
Damage
USS
assessment will
Constitution.
commence after this unit has completed scheduled duties.
You robots do a good job of defending your ship.
Proclamation 1.
Defend the Constitution by any means necessary.
Guidance system offline. Multiple errors diagnosed. First error. Guidance chip stolen. This unit requires its return.
I can help. Where is it?
Stolen by human scavengers. Reclaim chip at Scavenger's forward recon station. Captain has approved a bounty for its return.
Lethal force is prohibited unless absolutely necessary.
Aft dinghy unlocked and available for your use, sir.
Don't shoot! Those assholes didn't attack the ship on our orders. They weren't trying to frag ya anyhow. They just wanted to kill the frickin' robots.
So some of your guys almost got me killed.
We told those crazy assholes not to attack. It's not our fault, all right? When they saw you waltz right into the Constitution, they just went ballistic. How did you get aboard anyway? We thought you were gonna get cratered for sure.
Let's cut to the chase. The robot wants his guidance chip back.
You know what he needs it for? His rockets. The huge goddamn rockets on the side of his boat. He's nuts.
I'm sure there's a good reason he needs them.
You seriously want to help that idiot Bolts for brains? Screw that robot and come to work with us. We're gonna scrape everything on that ship and make a fortune. We got a lot more friends nearby. It's only a matter of time before we come out on top.
I'm not splitting my share with him.
You holding out on us, Davies? You got some magical way in there? This guy's got a free ticket aboard, so shut up. Help us destroy that fricking tin can once and for all. I'm not standing here for my health. I'm not standing here for my health. So shoot! Those assholes didn't attack the ship on our orders. They weren't trying to frag ya anyhow. They just wanted to kill the frickin' robots.
Sounds like I was just in the wrong place. It happens.
Ah, thanks. A lot of those assholes were already on edge. You waltzing right into the con. How did you get aboard?
Uh-huh. Let's cut to the chase.
You know...
I'm sure.
You screw that robot.
Sure.
We got a lot...
I'm not splitting my share with him.
You holding out. Help us destroy...
No deal. I'm with Ironsides.
All you do is for purely material gain. Captain Ironsides is a robot of vision.
Then screw you, asshole. You're lucky we don't gun you down.
Payday better be coming soon. Yes?
Let's
do this. That's it, huh?
There is a lot of hostile vacate close proximity.
Keep him off me!
That's the best you've got.
The boat. It is on the building. That is the USS Constitution.
Hey, Navigator.
Ahoy, soldier. Chip recovered. Dispensing bounty. Diagnostics report. 1 error remaining. Guidance radar's transmitter is not functional. Requires replacement.
Happy to help you out. Again.
Soldier's happiness is irrelevant. Acquire Poseidon radar transmitter at specified map coordinates. Further bounty will be dispensed upon completion.
On the building. That cliff looks quite defensible.
Defending the Constitution.
Scanning.
Navigator.
Ahoy, soldier. Guidance system fully functioning. Bounty dispensed. It is required you commence dialogue with the captain, sir.
Unrolling.
Well, it didn't take long. It only took 2 years, literally to the day, December 27th, for my Filipino wife to become fully Americanized. Hate everything about me and what I
The
provide.
boat! It is on the building! That is the USS right there.
You've been of service to our noble vessel. Despite ample provocation, I had hoped the guidance chip could be recovered without violence to the scavengers. Even now, they plot their retaliation.
I got the job done.
Quite commendable. I find I must reward your considerable efforts with the final labor. We stand but a hair's breadth away from embarking on our sacred mission.
I'm always happy to help.
I would expect nothing less. The ship requires turbo pump bearings from a nearby factory. It will undoubtedly be a dangerous mission, but I have faith you will succeed.
To a criminal hearing.
Whoa, hold on, wait, just a...
All is well. Warning, overdue for maintenance.
Please welcome an absolutely new Crossout, a free-to-play multiplayer action game about battles and cool vehicles in a post-apocalyptic world. The game has been globally redesigned, next-generation graphics, advanced physics. It's a Crossout you've never seen before.
The boat! It is on the building! That is the USS Constitution. Mon Dieu.
Someone. What happens next will shock you. Dusting off the old Darman reference here for this one. So some miserable, horrible lady tried to swat someone. I'm sure I don't need to explain what swatting is. It's a horrible, bad thing that'll land you permanently on Santa Claus's naughty list. And this lady looks and sounds like she's one glass of wine away from passing out face first into her copy of 50 Shades of Grey, but in between bouts of consciousness, she decided to commit a huge crime of swatting. And boy howdy, the shoe went on the other foot real quick. They actually found her, and when they brought her into custody, she started launching sonic-based attacks at the officers. It's a wild ride that I can't wait to bring in. Thanks to Code Blue Cam here providing all of the footage. We get a POV of what it's like to encounter a real-world banshee. But before we even see her, let's go ahead and get brought up to speed with the lore. The call, the emergency that she phoned in.
Is this man with a gun shooting with a gun? Can you spell the street, ma'am? I can't understand you. Do you have me on speakerphone? He's shooting with a gun. I understand that, and I'm going to send help, but I need to understand the street name. Okay, and who is shooting with a gun? There's a man. Okay, what is the man's name? I have no idea. Okay, how do you know this is going on? Oh my god, he's with a gun shooting rabbits. Okay, how do you know this is going on? Oh my god, because I can see him shooting rabbits, he's shooting everywhere. Answer my questions. How do you know this is going on?
No doubt she's a classically trained actress. That is a very convincing performance. Those acting chops could bring a tear to the eyes of even Margot Robbie. And she is using it for evil, nefarious purposes. So she's talking about a man who's shooting. He's shooting rabbits. He's shooting everywhere. And refuses to give any, real info. And then, pauses after the operator's asking her how she even knows this is going on. She doesn't answer and then just hangs up.
Based on the nature of the call, all on-duty Brookfield police officers responded to the area immediately. Dispatch later informed that the female caller had reached out again, stating she could see the man on her cameras and that he was still firing his weapon.
They sent out the whole kit and caboodle like they were about to bring down Cobra Commander. They got there, found nothing, but then the mysterious caller reaches out again, saying the same thing, that this maniac is out there firing his weapon. There's a maniac on the loose and we gotta get him. Only the officers were there. There was no gunshots. They even searched the area for casings, found nothing. They asked the homeowner nearby, nothing. So they were pretty confident it was a swatting call.
While clearing the scene, the female continued to call 911 repeatedly from an unknown number. A sergeant instructed the clerks to forward all her calls to his desk phone.
She called them again and again and again, repeatedly just spitting this fraudulent fairy tale, this gobbledygook horseradish. I don't know what she was even fucking thinking at this point. She's like the Riddler, but 50 times as stupid. She's the shittler. So she's over there just spewing this shit. They are at the scene, so they know it's not real, and they just start forwarding those calls to Ace Detective Phoenix Wright's personal desk phone, and he happens to recognize her voice from previous interactions. Let that sink in for a moment. Marinate on that thought. A police officer interacts with so many people, and most of those interactions, I imagine, aren't overly positive. Do you know how annoying you have to be to have an officer remember your voice? That you were such a fucking nuisance that your voice left an imprint in their brain that even just audibly hearing you can activate a Winter Soldier moment for them where they remember your name and everything. All because you stained them with how annoying you were.
When she called again, he recognized her voice from previous interactions. A quick in-house database check soon revealed her identity as 36-year-old Ashley Corbin.
Is that consistent with what you say you're observing? Yeah. Okay, we have gone to the area where you have claimed this has been happening 3 times tonight? Yeah. Yep, you've seen us there? Yeah.
So he got asshole Ashley on the horn here in order to corroborate these reports, saying that you've called 10 times now all about this, we've been out there and have seen nothing, and she's just like a broken record saying, yeah, yep, yes. Like she is a malfunctioning NPC. All she can say is, yeah. And he's just pressing her like, hey, we didn't see anything, what's going on? She eventually says that the guy shooting is on camera, so the officer says, well, we'd love to see that footage. Shocker, she's got no footage to show.
I would love to see the video footage if that's something that you can provide for us, because we have been unable to locate it. I'm sending off to that.
No, we want him to be
what's going to happen moving
Welcome
forward, we're gonna
back,
be
my
conducting
love.
an investigation for swatting.
You want to eat? You eat good? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you want to watch and snack?
Snack what? I'm very full. I can have ice cream as you have veggies.
It's a good idea.
But I want to wash my hair first though.
All right. Well, I'll wait and then we'll eat together.
I want to shower and deep clean.
Stand still. You're going to the first and like to sign up.
A piercing one? My mom made this, I don't know what you call it, but it's a very good dessert that she made. It's very good taro, it's some kind of taro dessert. It's really good actually that she made. That would help you like eat it. A little bit not beat up, but kind of not a lot. This is what I bought from here, and then my mom also made some chestnuts. So all four in the fridge, but if you want to eat this like along with your other food, I suggest you heat it up.
Within acceptable parameters.
There we go.
Bloody stupid.
Oh, you perfect.
Love this flavor. He's in love with this flavor.
At least I can observe better.
Somebody find me something to shoot at!
Visual contact broken.
Who's gonna target?
Oh no. Oh, my bad.
Come on, people, I need a target!
Terminating combat protocol.
Typical chicken shit commie maneuver! Who's ready to have...
This belongs in the cabinet. Yes?
I have this month. I have two people coming. Well, a group coming over and a friend coming over. One that I went to the same Chinese school with that I haven't spoken in maybe a few years. So just nice to like reconnect with her. The other one is with Simon, the Judy, like Johnny, Tony, like this group where our parents knew, and then we're like family friends. So with the family friends, we're like 9 people, I think. If we include Lisa and Luke, then we're 9 people because Judy, Simon, and then Johnny with his girlfriend. Like either January 30th or 31st. So this is like either Wednesday or Thursday. Ooh, what's this? Damn, I have a fight here. So yeah. And then the other friend, she's coming on the 19th. But then she's like, oh, what are we gonna do? I'm like, oh, I was thinking about maybe after her shifts, she works in the morning and she finishes around like 3:30, so like 4 p.m. she's ready. Well, I was thinking about maybe getting matcha here and then like maybe grab something to eat for dinner outside. And then she's like, oh, what about cooking? I haven't responded back. I'm like, don't really in my cooking skills yet to serve others.
That is
So
the
but
USS
like, I'd rather, if
Constitution.
anything, I can order out like from outside and eat at like in the comfort of this place. Like I'll tell her that I'm like, I can either make pasta, like the pasta that I made doing, or we can just order. I'll tell her that after. As for the other group, the big group, it's probably the same thing. The only thing is, I can have, even if you leave just with here with the HDMI and everything, we don't have those games. Like, I don't have those games because you're bringing it back to your place. So I don't know how I should do it. Either it's a reveal, either I don't know when you're coming, but if let's say you're coming on around the time they're here, like it could be also like a reveal and also have done the same thing as last time. And I will be ordering like maybe bustam, like because bustam has those bustam platters. So either that, not pizza because I think we had enough pizza at this time, but bustam platter with them. Let's say they're not here. I don't know, whatever platter, like fruit platters they have. Yeah. So either, I was thinking about either 30th or 31st. Here would be 9 people. Equally many numbers. If you're here, then we're 10 people. So one person. Yeah, it'll be something like, it's a small space, so like I can't offer it. Maybe to everyone, but make the most I can. And by then, I think I'll buy the tripod for my what's it called? Projector, yeah, because this looks bulky. I mean, it's good when you put other games here and then you put this here, but I guess in the long run, having projector here and you can eventually, like in the bedroom, you can do that and have it at the eye level would be nice. But that's $60, but it's okay. I'll be willing to buy it. Yeah, and then just unplug this here. Yeah. So yeah, that's my thoughts. So see what you think of the way if you're ready or not. Either think of them as friends too.
It is on the big. That is the USS Constitution.
If not, it's okay. Like I totally respect that. I can do it myself. You see me on my own.
Tis an honor to crew such a story vessel.
boat. It is on the building. That is the USS. They went to great trouble to defend this place.
Patrolling.
Hey, Captain.
Trim the power on the starboard bow. Steady as she goes, Mr. Navigator. Luck willing, at long last we'll set sail. Our hero of the hour is to thank. You've earned a double share, sir. Well done.
My pleasure.
You are truly worthy, sir, of witnessing our maiden voyage. Our twin NX-42 rockets will alight and unmoor us from this dreaded savings and loan. The Constitution will launch into the heavens, and after, gently land in the ocean. Then we take our rightful place as defenders of the Atlantic.
Did you put these in the fridge at all? Like, you left it out the whole day. You're gonna have a stomachache. Bad. Bad. You're gonna have a stomachache. Better, when you microwave it, better be hot. Or else you're gonna get
I expect a response, soldier.
That's ambitious.
As they say, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Mr. Navigator, put her through her paces. We need to those motherless curs.
That's what.
Will you allow that for me? Why do you have 3 pairs? What the heck do you have 3 pairs? Oh, nice. Oh, it's clean. Smells neutral, I like it. Smells good.
Captain Ironsides.
Godspeed good, the scavenger assault has been broken. Not one of those scallywags stepped foot on our vessel. All hands, prepare ship for launch.
Congratulations, Captain.
There is one thing. We need power from the auxiliary generator to commence our voyage. I fear I must call upon you one last time.
Consider it done.
I admire your pluck. Here is your amply deserved reward. Godspeed to you, sir.
At current speed, we will arrive at destination.
I'm not standing in front of Queen's Park. I'm standing in Queen's Park. Hang on a sec and I'll explain. We often use the term Queen's Park as a metonym for the building behind me and the provincial government it houses, but the term actually refers to the park surrounding the building. It was opened in 1860 and named for Queen Victoria, but there's some history before that, and of course quite a bit of history after that as well. A few decades earlier, this land was bought by what was then called King's College. That's now the University of Toronto. I talked about the origin story of King's College, as well as the former building of theirs that used to be on that spot back there, and subsequent use in my video on the history of universities in Toronto.
Power nominal. Excellent. Commencing final countdown.
There's a magic link up here, and I'll put a link down in the description so you can find it when you finish watching this video. That building I just mentioned was expropriated by the government of the province of Canada, as the colony was known at the time, in 1853. In 1858, the City of Toronto negotiated a 999-year lease for this property with the purpose of setting up a public park. The terms of the lease also allowed the government to build a legislative building on the site if they wished to do so. And
a couple decades later, in 1879, the government took this back. Now, this next bit may sound familiar if you know anything.
Credit, savings, and loan. These shall be more no longer. Get away!
Oh yo, I just crashed my fucking game. Mm-hmm.
We have some major breaking news that is terrible. Once again, the country is waking up to yet another mass shooting this morning, this time in Queens, New York. Just a few hours ago, 4 masked gunmen walked up to a night club in Queens.
And you guys have to watch it. I think it's averaging more than 1 million views per hour. Just got released a few hours ago, and it's actually phenomenal. I will say Pierre Polyev and myself, I think we fundamentally agree on almost every single little thing. He's saying everything I've been saying for years. How is it that we have the 3rd largest oil reserve? Why are we not building infrastructure that allows liquefied natural gas to get to Europe, to Japan?
2, 1. Mr. Navigator, light the engines. Credit savings and loan. We shall be moored no longer. Your way.
want to start a business. I want to invent something.
Hero returns. What a glorious success. True, the mission is not quite complete, but one cannot deny our progress.
I'm sure everyone in the Commonwealth could see your maiden voyage.
To be certain, and our rockets gave our enemies much to consider. I wager at this rate we should land in the ocean in one, perhaps 2 more launches. My circuits tremble with excitement.
I'm glad I could help out.
You are instrumental, sir. A veritable godsend. In recognition of your courageous role in this, I hereby promote you to the role of honorary lieutenant. And being that I, well, cannot actually fit below decks, I hereby give you the captain's quarters as well. 3 cheers for our new lieutenant. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray!
of that is towards my credit card debt. I did choose debt settlement, so my credit card debt went from $37,000 to $24,000. I'm not getting charged interest on any of my credit card debt anymore because I chose debt settlement. Yes, this is gonna stay on my credit record for 7 years, but I feel like that's better than declaring bankruptcy. I would go out to the bars and spend like $200, Nobu 3 times a week. Always put my card down when I was with my ex-boyfriend. I also went on lots of trips. I went to Japan. A lot of my credit card materialistic items, like me and my roommate would like go to Balenciaga and just like fall out. I bought nice jewelry. I bought nice furniture. I also bought a bunch of tattoos. I was making irresponsible decisions because I was an irresponsible child, pretty much. But here I am, at 22 years old, with all this credit card debt. You know, I'm holding on to all of this debt to distant memory in a year or two. I will be out of credit card debt. I will be financially free again one day. I know I can do it. I'm 22 years old and I have about